All right, so we're live now. I'm gonna hop over here and to my place and fire it up so I can send a link. Uh, oh, bear with me if you're already here. I'm just I'm two. That's notification. Should be streaming. Comments. Hey, there's Apollo. Hey, buddy. Hey, my brother. Hey, Roy Joy. Hey, Roy Droid Void. I'm sorry I'm late. I couldn't get my mic working. Then I realized it was something with the VT4. Um, I put fresh batteries in it. I don't like using batteries, but I don't know, for some reason I had everything working, and all of a sudden, I went to fire this up, and there was no microphone. So I don't have no special effects. One step forward, one step back. Let me see if this is showing up over here, so I can do a uh, post an invite. I don't see it popping up. Oh, there it is. Oh, Friday. Oh, there it is. Stupid me. There, I'm muted. And so what I will do is over here, I'm going to invite you. Copy this, and I think it's okay to put it here, but then I have to go over to YouTube and snatch that and say pin message, and there it is. So I'm not going to watch the YouTube version. I'm going to be on StreamYard, and that way Apollo can come in. Anyone can come in. It's a Friday night free for all. Apollo coaxed me in. I was going to go do some other things. I don't care. I'm tired. It's Friday night. Yeah, this old. I stayed up late last night and paid for it today. And then I'm too old to keep doing this, so I got to get some rest. I'm going to do that tomorrow. I'm going to sleep in, and then I'm going to finish working on getting more of this set up and things moved out of the room. Yeah, I understand, Roy. I paid for it today. That's why I think I'm going to do my. If Apollo really wants to do these things on a regular basis, I'm thinking more like 8 o'clock on Thursday nights. He wants to do Fridays or Saturdays, but Fridays to me is reserved for popcorn night on Simpla's Reality channel. Whether I submit or not, I watch that channel every day. I'm a faithful. I'm part of the family. I saw that since Samurai was live at the same time on Since Renegades, and normally I would hop over and maybe try to watch both, but I couldn't do it because the mood is different for each channel. Samurai has so many things going on, and Symptoms Reality. Here's Apollo now. Here's my buddy. Let him in. And at the door, somebody ringing the bell. Do me a favor, open the door, let him in.
Man, I gotta get.
Yeah.
I think I'm old enough for a Gatsby hat now. I think I'm gonna get one.
You got what?
You know the Gatsby hat you're wearing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking. I think I'm old enough for one now.
There you go. You got to do that.
I'm not gonna paint my fingernails though, like the modern keyboard players do.
No, I wouldn't do that.
I might get some Liberace rings though.
Don't do that. You don't need to do that. Hey, look who's here. Lamont. Hey, Lamont.
Lamont. Boy, I love you, motherfucker. I'll punch you
I
in the
love you,
belly and
motherfucker.
buy you a Happy Meal.
I'm going to dick punch you, motherfucker.
I love you so much, I dick punch you.
I'm honored you're here, man. We're all honored you're here. It's like great show tonight. Popcorn night is always good, and tonight was really good. You know.
Oh, I love popcorn nights.
Oh, I do too. It's one of my favorite things.
It's my fave.
Yeah, I look forward to it all week. Like I said, whether I submit or not, man, there's so much good stuff that comes through there. It's just like, whoa, you know, you get exposed to so much. And the way the whole channel goes, it's just entertainment. You're either there or you're not there. You either get it or you don't. You know, you either get the whole thing or you don't. You know. And,
I love it, man. I Trusto Systems Reality. I love your guys' show, man. And
oh man,
I was about ready to stop YouTube altogether, and then you guys came along, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna stick around for a little bit longer. YouTube's brutal. YouTube's brutal, dude.
Isn't that funny how some people influence you? Like Simpsons Reality, Trusto, Lamar, Maryland, and you know, keep you hanging, or you know, you make them part of your daily routine. Some people go to the gym, and to me, it's like, well, I gotta tune in to Simpsons Reality today, and it's like, no matter what time, whether I'm working or not, I've
been doing my workout when I get home. You know, from whatever I'm doing during the day, whether it's, you know, my small 9 to 5 or, you know, me moonlighting or whatever. And then I come home and I work out so that I don't have time to work out in the morning.
Yeah.
And then I'll listen to them, you know, mess with these tracks and stuff, you know. So I'm in the room once it's in, like, I'll be in there, you know, a few minutes before it starts usually, but, you know, I don't comment a lot until about, you know, 2 hours into it, because unless something really good happens, and then I'll have to walk over there. I'll stop what I'm doing and I'll walk over there.
No, I get you. But you know, Lamont, no, you're all the best, because, and I know you guys are, and I know it's all the family, man. It's all the Sword family, and it's like, once you get in there, it's amazing. It's an amazing world.
Uncle Jerry, and all your travels, not to interrupt you, but Uncle Jerry, and all of your travels, bro, haven't you noticed that all the evil people attract evil people, and they all hang out together, and then all the good, righteous people all find each other and hang out together?
Yeah.
So it's a yin and yang, you know, the universe, there's a balance going on here.
Well, the universe is always striving to be in balance. I mean, everything. That's why we exist, because energy always wants to be in balance. And good and evil will always fight each other. And that's one way I look at it. But yeah, you're right. Things will balance out.
We have to have, you know, we have to have a yin and yang. We have to have a counterbalance, because otherwise we'll just be topsy-turvy, because you can't have, that's a thing that, like, you know, this one world government and this, you know, the fast tracking stupid human beings. Like, listen, I know that we got some smart people, you know, that we're landing ATC rocket ships now. This is insane, like, that are like Harrier jump jets. So whatever, you know, it is what it is. But as far as human progression, we're not there yet. One
thing you got to remember, and I know this from working in labs back in the day, technology, now it was always technology was 10 years ahead. What they have working in a labs, I mean, actually working, we don't know about it.
No, there's like all the top secret stuff.
It's all, and that's the way it is by design, because if they released it all at once, then they wouldn't get their money back on the research and development. So they release it a piece at a time. Like in 10 years, virtual reality and holograms are going to be off the charts. You watch VR and holograms. As long as robotics are going to go off the charts, along with AI, it's just going to go off the chart. But they're only going to release a little at a time.
Bro, that's
the way it works.
I saw a hologram demo at OMSI a couple years ago that was what George Lucas dreamed about in his movies.
Yes.
And it was like George Lucas. It was literally like George Lucas's hologram coming out of R2D2 where it formed Princess Leia. It was like that, but it was fully three-dimensional. Like you could see the lasers coming off of the field of play, and it had like this thing underneath of it. It had like this mirror underneath of it, Uncle Jerry.
They could do that shit today. I'm telling you.
It was absolutely, and it was 4K quality.
Yeah. If you walk into these labs, where all this research and development's going on. I'm telling you, these guys are not the normal people. I'm telling you.
I hope not RDV. I hope we don't get reduced to Rebel before.
No, I don't either. But these guys aren't normal. And I did see it in one development lab for who I work for right now. And the guys kept odd hours. I mean,
well, yeah, but when you got that kind of brains, you can't be hanging out with people, socializing with them.
No, they may come in at 10 in the morning and they'll go in their lab, and then an hour later,
stay till midnight.
Yeah, they'll go play ping pong. There was like 3 or 4 ping pong tables. There's 2 ping pong tables in the reception in the kitchen area. It wasn't a big place, but it was a location that we had. And I was there doing networking work. And these guys were of a different breed for sure. And these are the developers. They're developing the product. And I distinctly remember one guy just, every time I walked by, he just sat at that computer screen staring for hours, just staring at a computer screen. He'd do a few things and just stare at it. And I went in, and me and my friend Matt, who I worked with, we were
electronic composer. Welcome in.
Hey man, thanks for coming. But we needed a Phillips screwdriver.
Mama Sore, welcome in.
Hey Mama Sore, man. So I went and asked him for a Phillips screwdriver, and he looked at me in his lab coat, turned around to the tool wall, and he goes, 2 point, 4 point, 8 point. I don't even know what the fuck that means. So I said, that one right there will do just fine. I pointed to the one I wanted.
That is actually pretty funny.
They're a different breed, and like you are right. They'll come in late, but they'll work till midnight, 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning.
Well, that's how I was, dude. That's how I was when I was like making like $15,000-$16,000 rigs and shit for like Hollywood movie stars and shit. When I was making like really heavy duty bong rigs and dab rigs, and I was like on the game.
Yeah,
I couldn't be around anybody, man.
No.
I couldn't. And then I was developing I developed the reversed pane reversal. So I was the first glassblower in North America to do that outside of Italy.
That's cool, man. That's cool.
So I wasn't trying to share my hard work with my peers. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I would wait, dude. I would get like burnt out. Like I'd be like smoking everybody out, just giving them dank weed, giving them dabs, cracking beers, and just like getting them fucked up and say, get the fuck out of here, man, so I can work. And
Sounds like you.
I was running 12, 14-hour days, because like I get about 3 hours in, everybody roll into the shop at 10:30, 11 o'clock in the afternoon. And then I'd be stuck with these dudes babysitting for 8 hours. And then I'd finish my 8, 10, 12 hours shift after that.
Sounds like you.
Dude, it's crazy, dude. Being an artist is crazy.
Well, no shit, but it is kind of funny. Let's see. What were we talking about earlier? before you went on your little rampage
Oh,
there.
sorry. Yeah, sorry, I'm ranting.
That's okay. That's what
I'm
we do.
get off all the beers and calories, so I kind of switched to mics the last few days when we've been doing these streams, and they kind of screwing me up a little more than usual. You know, I'm used to drinking 3.8% beers. You know, light beers is calories, though. You know what I mean, Jerry? You know, I got to work my girlish figure.
So anyhow, somebody asked me earlier, I think it was Roy Droid, did I get my since working with the mixer? No, I haven't downloaded that DAW component. I think that is key. I haven't tried it because I was working. And
George G's welcome in the chat.
Hey, there's George. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Jorge, man, love you, brother.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Hey, Jorge, you be killing it.
Here, George.
Hey, just so you know, Jorge, you be killing it on the chats.
Hey, that link is up there, man. Join on in.
Yeah. Jorge, come in, please. Come in.
Come on in, man. We had Harmonic Sonic last night.
I can't say that. Listen, if everybody that is watching right now don't come in StreamYard and join this chat, you're all GAY.
But no, we had Harmonic Sonics and the other one.
That was nice. Harmonics topping by last night. That was nice.
But who was the shit? I forget. Harmonic Sonics and
somebody else came in besides Harmonics last night.
Yeah, who was that? I forget.
Oh man, we're getting shame on us.
Shame on
it was Twin Cities. It was TC. It was TC. It was Twin Cities.
Twin Cities.
Duh. What am I thinking?
I couldn't think of the name. I couldn't
replay. Listen, my old ass had to really replay the whole night last night.
Yeah, it was one thing, Harmonic Sonic, then Twin Cities. All right.
It was TC. Forgive us, man. If you see this,
please.
TC.
Please. I forget my mother's name sometimes. Seriously, it happens. I don't forget her name, but
hey, I don't miss one of TC's fish shows. I'll be watching his little teeny micro blue shrimp in there.
He said his wife. Yeah, I know. I had it going through that VT4. I need to, for some reason. It's really weird. Let me put this on. Fuck it. Let me just leave it. I'll just get up close to it for now.
Yeah, word RDV.
I still wonder about the board, but seems like I struggle with it too much. Anyway, man, here they come.
Yo, 1986. What's up, bro? What a great year, 1986.
Yeah, it was. I was living in Vermont then. 80s were happening. Great music. Thanks, George. Half of it's wired. A lot of it's wired. Some of it's tested. I struggle a lot. Yeah,
Uncle Jerry's getting there. I couldn't believe it when I saw that work when Uncle Jerry came on 4 days ago, guys, and he had that studio looking like I was like fist pumping. Let's fucking go, Jerry.
And it's already been changed a few times. I don't know.
Like I said, Jerry seems like the type of dude that would be driving a 98 Cadillac Coupe de Ville, murdered out with curb feelers on it.
No, I drive a 2020 Kia Sportage SUV. It's white. I like the SUV because I sit up high.
I love it.
So I can see when I'm driving, as opposed to a low car. Like older men like me like to buy a little sports car, and I would love to. I would love to buy a little small convertible, but you know, for what?
I'm kind of big for it. Like my Mustang, I'm pretty big for. Like,
Yeah,
I'm banging my shins on the
I,
dashboard, and it's like
I,
I'm pretty big for that car. You know,
I would love to do that.
I'd love to have a Mini Cooper. I just don't fit in the damn fucking thing.
Well, that's the thing. I had a lower sitting car years ago. My back just, for one, my back just doesn't like them. Low sitting like that. I just, so it's not worth it to me. Give me my SUV. And you know, the other reason, I've always been an SUV guy for either carrying band equipment,
Yeah,
or
exactly.
you know whether how big or small, but usually the SUV did the job for me for my stuff, and I was also big into landscaping, so I was always buying landscaping stuff and working around my house back when I could. Well, now I don't do that, but you know what? I still love the SUV for picking up groceries, loading groceries, taking stuff to the dumpster, you know, some small things. You know, you just load it up and you don't have to bother anybody and say, hey, can you come pick this up for me? You know, and it's always there for the storage. And if I need to have passengers, I got plenty of room for passengers. And I'm not out to look cool. A lot of old men get that syndrome. They gotta have that sports car, and
dude, always got fuzzy dice hanging in the mirror, bro.
yeah, I mean, it's like I'm just not. In fact, it's a 2020. I have 17,000 miles on it. I just
Ooh,
don't.
that's nice.
Yeah, it's low. It's
my saline that I bought. I bought my saline. Basically, when I bought that thing, I was almost done with college. I had gotten somewhere in life really quick while I was going to college, and I bought that. Yeah. I bought that saline, that '94 saline Mustang, and dude. I drove her from here, from LA, from Oregon to New York, from both places. I've drove that car there 4 times. I've driven it everywhere. And but why I brought it up is because Royd was saying he's got 3 inches clearance on his car. That's about what I got on my saline. It's about 3.5. There's a lot of driveways I won't go in, and I have 18-inch saline drag radials on it, and it's slammed down that low. Damn. It's a very, very low car, and she's all murdered out. Like, I mean, dude, I'm looking at cars. It's taken me, guys. It has taken me 30 years to really start looking for another daily driver, to where I'm gonna have to put my baby up. You know, I'm just gonna have to put her up.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know how you get attached to a car, you know, and you've been everywhere with it. It's a 5-speed Mustang, turboed, 351 Lightning engine in this bitch, convertible, murdered out black, gets all the pussy.
Back in my day, I got attached. Then I got older, and it was more like
I was beating the shit out of Hondas when Fast and Furious was going on with this beast.
No, when I got older, it was more for convenience, raising a daughter, having the room. An SUV provided that you could put the car seat in the back.
Oh, dude, the SUV.
Well, I was playing in a band, you know, up until '96. So I just always bought an SUV because it always just worked for my lifestyle. And it still does, you know, even though I don't go anywhere. Even sometimes, you know, trash may back up in the garage. I mean, not stinky trash, but, you know, cutting up boxes and stuff from Amazon and things and need to get out of here, but they sometimes stockpile in the garage. Just throw them in the back of the SUV, drive to the dumpster there, right here, and throw them in. You know, it's like it'd be tough with a car sometimes, and I don't want a car because it sits too low. So I'm just sticking with what I've always been comfortable with.
Oh, Howard's hardware sounds backstage, fool.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. I'm trying to catch up on the chat. I'm like thinking about pissing
Oh
right now.
man, hell yes,
Panda
You
fan.
the
motherfuckers.
Panda Man.
Dude, how you
Hey,
keep Panda waiting like that? How dare you, Uncle Jerry? Hey,
I,
Panda, Panda, I'm gonna
I did not even
I'm
see
gonna
you, man.
officially
It needs to throw up a notice or something. I wasn't even paying attention. I didn't even see it down there.
you ramble as bad as Apollo does, Uncle Jerry.
I
We're both
guess I do
rambling,
sometimes.
man. We're both rambling, rambling.
I just want to hear Apollo's laugh. Sorry, Uncle Jerry's laugh. Uncle Jerry's laugh is infectious. I'm here for that laugh.
Is it
Oh my
not?
god!
Oh, it fucking is. That laugh there.
Yeah,
It's
dude,
infectious.
it's right up there with Samurais. Like I almost want to dub a track of just Samurai and Jerry laughing.
An acid track with Jerry.
Actually, that's
laughing.
your job. You got to get that on 2 turntables and a microphone. Get that done.
I've just been spinning for 30 minutes to no one and just really enjoying it off the back of Saw. And like, why the fuck haven't I been doing this for a while? Like, my decks are right in front of me. Why aren't I doing the decks? So
Yeah.
I should be doing this. So this is my happy
Yeah.
place. Yeah, but yeah, no, I need to steal your
And
That
Jerry will give it.
fucker.
Yeah, Jerry will give it to you. He'll give it to you.
That's crazy, man. Anytime you want, you let me know.
All I've got to do is say a stupid joke and I'll get you fucking down, mate. Don't worry.
Yeah. I mean, that'll work. It's easy to make me laugh. I like to laugh. Laughing is healthy. It is, man. It's just healthy. What can I say?
Yeah, so laughter is one of those human things we do that we don't know why we do it.
Right.
So,
And
like,
why?
you think screaming, oh shit, something's coming in front of me. You think, what is another one we do? Like, cowering. Again, something's coming towards me. Laughter is one of those things we don't know why we do it.
Right, because what you and I may find funny, other people are like, what?
What the fuck?
So, yeah, I don't get it. It's like, what?
Yeah.
So there's that factor. And it's like, I know it from dating girls. My humor, and it's a wonder we dated as long as we did because our music tastes weren't the same. And her humor was nothing. She thought my humor was weird.
I concur. Mine doesn't enjoy my music either. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, and every Friday I'd pick her up. We'd go eat somewhere on Friday nights and whatever, and I'd put on my music, whatever I wanted to listen to, and it was always, we put on something else. We put on something else. I'm like, I want to strangle her. But
Fuck you. It's Hardware Jams night. I have no control over what the genre is.
yeah,
Piss off.
yeah. So I ended up, finding a country music channel that we both enjoyed. But that's not the way it should be. If you got a partner, you both should like the same music and you both should like the same humor. Otherwise, you're struggling. You're struggling.
Same music? Not quite. She likes. Good point, actually. What does she like?
But as long as she respects you for what you like.
Yeah, no. And so to be fair, I was a bit of a bastard. I sent her off to go have a hearing test because she couldn't hear the vocals in half my tracks. and she was like so proud yesterday. She came back and was like, I found my hearing test. And I was like, great, let's have a look at it. And she was like, what do you mean have a look at it? They always give you a graph. And it's from 200 hertz to 8 kilohertz. I was like, right. So when I did a sweep test with you, you lost all hearing after 10 kilohertz. So this test is bullshit. She can't hear any brilliance. She can't hear violins going past I want to say a C6, C7. If I can't remember my hertz that
Damn.
well to know octaves.
Damn.
Yeah, I know. And she can't hear that absolute brilliance of a song. She can only hear bass and she can only hear mid range. To be fair,
Man, I can't imagine living like that.
to be fair, actually, like I've done hearing tests as well because I'm a sound engineer. I have to have it by trade. I have to have one every year. So actually, I've noticed that one ear is actually more prone to hearing loss than the other. So I've got 16.5 kilohertz in my right ear and 18 kilohertz in my left ear.
Yeah.
Do you know why? It's because we have close cup on left hand when we're doing comms. So if I'm doing anything other than sound, we'll have a comms pack where we talk to each other. And I've got my left ear. So my right ear is degraded more.
Okay. Kind of makes sense. You know, when you think about it. And I know for a fact, my sister's an audiologist and retired. But I know when I moved down here, she always said, I want to check your hearing. I'm like, why? She's because you talk so loud. Because when your hearing diminishes, you do naturally talk loud. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a common factor. Yeah.
Yeah. So we never did do the test, but yeah, especially if you're a musician and you played out live in any degree, I don't care what. You've always got some speaker blaring at you or some PA system, you know, constantly all the time through those years. Excuse my raspy voice, but you know, I know even in my young years, standing in front of my first band, the guy had a Sun amp double stack playing his guitar through it and to be in front of it. And my ears were never the same since because he just played that. He blew that guitar through that thing. And I think,
fuck guitarists. Fuck them.
No, not until he's done.
They always have the amp at a certain level, and then
Yeah.
they finish sound check, and then they turn their amp up. I'm like, why?
yeah, in fact, I graduated high school with him, and we had our first band together. And he on Facebook he told me he's playing basically not my backyard, but about an hour drive away. This was last summer, but I already had plans, and I wouldn't have gone anyway because his music is all hard rock and all this dedication stuff to bands I don't listen to. And it's like,
Yeah.
I can't sit there all night. Even though you're my friend and fellow musician, I can't sit there and listen to this song. I just can't.
That's how I am with my friends that make music. You know, they kind of got me into it. That kind of pushed me. It's just like some of the music's good, but like some of it's just like, didn't I hear this last week? And I know my music kind of sounds the same too, but I mean, this is like literally like the same bass line for the last 30 songs.
Everyone has their own formula. Everyone has their own formula.
And their own style, you know, but it's like, this is what I can't stand is because I'm in these discords since I'm in my journey, like music production and art junkies and all these, you know, some of these discords got like 150,000 people. And then they meet you and then you get bombarded with 20, 30 people going, hey, bro, you want to hear my track? Hey, bro, bro. And it's like, dude, they don't even like want to meet you or anything. They're just, hey, bro, you got synthesizers. You want to hear my track?
Yeah. You are right.
I'm like, what the fuck?
I'll tell you what.
Hey, by the way, I'm booking that wedding thing. So I got a buddy who's got a wedding coming up next year. They're going to get married next December. I'm booking that shit. So, hey, Sam, you might as well just get ready. Systems Rally, you get ready.
Have you got some like fire mix coming? You're going to drag all your keyboards out your studio in for once and then just like take it to a wedding?
Yeah, and then have you play them into your two turntables and a microphone.
Have you booked tickets for August yet?
What's that?
Have you booked tickets to the UK for August yet?
Hell no. I don't even know what
Oh.
that is.
That's my wedding.
Oh, that's your wedding?
Yeah.
I have to fly to the UK?
Oh yeah, you gotta go.
Can't
Oh,
you get
what
married in Las
awesome.
Vegas like the rest of us?
It doesn't mean shit when you get married in Las Vegas.
Oh no,
What's
we
nice
can
in
make
Vegas?
it nice, dude. Or how about the Grand Canyon? You got to be somewhere in America. You get married. You can't get married in the UK. That's
Hang on a
old
minute.
fashioned.
Hang on a minute. So, just tell me, you say the Grand Canyon. Is that the top of the Grand Canyon where I can push her?
Bro, how dare you?
Oh, she's lovely. I don't care.
Mama Soar's on the phone with her right now, and they're listening to this. You can get beat.
Oh, fucking hell. I heard from Leah earlier on that Marilyn and Leah have swapped numbers. So I'm like, fuck, what the fucking world of hurt am I in for?
You better be. You listen. Hey, I got to tell you, Jerome, you know what? You and I are too bit. Hey, nice compliment, by the way, Systems Rally, calling Jerome and I, Laurel and Hardy. We appreciate that. That's a very nice
How did you
compliment.
learn my name was really Jerome?
I'd like to think we were more like Abbott and Costello, but neither one of us are as mean as Abbott. So that doesn't work.
How did you discover my real name's Jerome?
You told us.
Oh, I did? Okay.
Beers. I want to drink some beers.
And my dad's name was Leon, and I have an older brother named Leon Jr. I told you that too.
Yeah, that's amazing, bro.
Oh, mine's Anthony.
Fuck Tracker Jack being black from the
Leon and
You're black from the
Jerome.
waist down, Jerome. With your curb feelers on your Cadillac.
Leon and Jerome. You know what? I got stories I'll tell someday about my brother put me into these situations, and thank God our name was Leon and Jerome. That's all I'm going to say for now. Hey, no, it's all good. It was a bachelor party and my brother worked for UPS, and so did this guy named Mike. And everyone that worked at UPS, my best friend growing up, ended up working for UPS.
I had a best friend that worked for UPS.
Yeah, all these guys work together. So at different get-togethers back home in the younger years, now we're talking years ago, we knew the UPS drivers because they would come to the parties, whether it be at my brother's house or so you knew all the UPS drivers. And Mike would be there. Well, Mike was black, and Mike was like everyone loved. He was our best friend, man. He was the coolest guy, and he had a wife. Him and his wife Tiffany were the sweetest people. I mean, we would be over their house and everything. But anyhow, no, before he got married. So anyhow, Mike decided to get married to Tiffany, and my brother said, "Come on, you got to come to this bachelor party." I said, "I wasn't invited." He said, "You don't have to be. It's just Mike and a bunch of us from work at the Holiday Inn or whatever hotel it was at the time. Nice hotel. I think it was still called Holiday Inn. I don't know."
Hey, Fugazi, welcome in. Hey, John, don't want to.
Hey, Fugazi.
Hey, listen.
Fugazi.
Synth-punk's too good for us.
But anyhow, so we go and we inquire. Okay, so me and my brother, we go to inquire where the party is, and it's in his room, great big room. We go in, and they're all partying and they're laughing. And we walked in, and it all stopped. You know why? Because we were the only two white guys.
Oh my!
They were all having fun, laughing. We come in, and they went. I'm not. This is just a funny story, but anyhow,
the room just goes silent. Everybody just
But anyhow, Mike introduced us all, and of course, me and my brother, we we're like kind of the same, and hey, my name was Jerome that night, not Jerry. It was Jerome, and
It better have been back then. You've been sleeping on yourself.
Yeah, it was Jerome then, and Leon, and all of a sudden they chilled down, and we all started. Then they trusted us, and you know, yeah, we all did the handshakes and things, and Mike's like introduced us to everybody, and we had the best time ever, all of us. And what was so funny is they pulled the curtain shut and put a towel over the TV. Because they were like, I heard about they had cameras in these things. They're gonna watch us because they had strippers coming in.
I knew, dude. When you said the all over the TV, I knew the camera was inside the television.
Yeah, because they had strippers coming in, and we all just had to create a
We're gonna do some blow. Let's put some blankets on the TV so the the pets can't see us.
Yeah, and it was like.
And they were order some coke on our landline phones.
And they were all black strippers, and I love it because the one came to me and she's rubbing her nose up against me. And oh man, she was so hot. But it goes to show you, you know, and not to offend in any way, but I understand why black people sometimes in society in the past will feel isolated in an all-white environment, because me and my brother were two white people in an all-black environment, and you know, so I kind of understand.
There was parts like that, you know, when I was growing up in LA, and then I would have friends in South Central. It was like that when I would go into South Central.
And it was a great experience. And the thing is, when you are not racist inside, you don't care. You're Mike's my friend. Your friends are my friends. You know, we're here to celebrate, and that's what we did. And we had the best time. That was the best night ever. And that's when I just go. But I do understand.
Hey, Cynthia.
You know, if I were black walking into an all-white party, I would feel, you know, and I understand that feeling. And there's no reason to feel like that, because if you're just a decent human being and you're just, you know, people to people, and you look beyond the skin color, I'm just going to say it. You look beyond that. I don't care about skin color. Never did in my life. And it just doesn't matter. It matters who the person is, how the person is.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
You know what? The best worker out of I've got 42 casuals. You know, I work in Southwest England. Out of all my best workers, the one that I have that is the absolute fucking best worker is Ginger.
As a redhead?
Yeah, is a Ginger. And they get fucking loads of shit. And that is actually...
Yes.
That is,
you know, all the gingers that I know that I've grown up around have been hard workers.
Yeah.
Some of the best guitarists that I've known playing the guitar growing up were gingers.
Yeah, but they face a white version of racism just as much as any. No matter what
huge
you've got,
like,
and
huge.
Actually,
like I've had ginger girlfriends and I've been racist to them.
What's that? You're a day walker.
Hey, the real synth punk. Why don't you join this chat, man? We want to. If you're the real synth punk, we want you to come in, bro.
It's
the record straight. We want you to set the record straight. So you
understand.
I need somewhere to point to on my left or right. I can't do
this. Marilyn, thanks for doing
I can do these two fuckers here. There you go.
Now you have to mirror your camera so we don't
left
and right is left and right.
Night, George.
Night.
Yeah, in fact, I work with a guy. He actually still lives back in PA, but he still works in my department remotely. But he's a ginger, and he always, you know, he's talked about the shit they always got. But you know, the dude's a hard worker, man. He's moving up the chain. You know, And you're right, they get a lot of shit. What white racism we call it? You know.
Yeah. It's I think it's the highest form of white racism as we've got. Is gingers.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's just stupid. It's all just stupid. You know, people just need to chill out.
You gonna work hard for me? Oh, fuck yeah. I am there with you, mate. Are you gonna work so hard you take over me? Yeah, I'm gonna fucking support you so hard. I'm gonna become your manager.
Yeah. Yeah, it's mankind. I don't know, it's just funny. Funny how people are.
Night, Lamont.
Yeah, you guys have a good night. Really appreciate you jumping in here. Hey, watch for you already know about Sunday night. Sin Samurai is doing his Kumatai 25. Last man standing, round 5. This one is. And we'll be here on this channel pre-gaming at 6:30 p.m. this Sunday. Same thing. The link will be posted. Come on in. Have some fun. It's all just for fun. And build up some excitement for the Kumatai. You know? And there's a lot of good music submissions, man. Just like Popcorn Night. There's Kumatai had some great submissions. I didn't want to go that route because I don't work under I can't just create things weekly. I need to be like Popcorn Night. You could submit or you don't submit, and you're not committed to a weekly time frame. And to me, that seemed easier.
Yeah. I don't know. I have a funny feeling I've got the young factor, so I can jump from one thing to another.
Yeah.
I don't know what older life is going to look for me. Don't know. You paint a beautiful picture, pacing yourself and all that. Oh, I so want to get old. So want to get old. However, it's not. I completely understand. I'm the young guy in an old man's game when it comes to synths and things like that. And I'm sat there going, yeah. Gypsy Woman was made on an M1, and then my voice would be like silenced because someone else who's slightly more been in the mix a bit longer would go, yeah, Gypsy Woman was made on an M1, and I'm kind of going, motherfucker, I've got an M1 right next to me, literally right now. Like there's one literally there. There. It's a bit broken, but it's still an M1. And I just want to digress to ageism as well. Ageism has been really big, actually. We've come away from racism and going over to ageism. And do you know what? I'm going to hold my hands up here, a little bit ageist because I always wind up the older people every time.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry I can still do a jig whilst you can't. I really am sorry that you cannot do a jig because it's great. It's not. I don't know. You can't. Can you identify as a 31-year-old? I think Jerry, you can. You've still got life in you.
Right.
Hey, Synthpunk, come into the room. Join the room, Synthpunk.
Yeah, we need a fourth.
Come on,
Come on,
or Royd, or Lurking. Listen, Trusto's been working all day, so I'm not going to ask.
Yeah, no, those guys.
Dude, Trusto, this is some downtime, and listen, dropped a little Latin thing, and maybe he'll go plow some snow tonight, But after that, Trusto's off for the night, so I'm not going to ask him.
Yeah,
Synthpunk, I want to see that energy dome on your head, and I want you to come in here right now.
Yeah, come on,
bro, right now, bro.
Come on, you say you're back. Let's see if you are or not.
What Jesus says, come in here now.
Do as Jesus says.
Black Jesus says, come now.
What the fuck?
I know you're not John, bro. We already know you're not John. The heat is on. It's on the streets.
I'll tell you what, you mother.
Listen, Sam, you're not going to talk to a and then you're not going to come in here and just.
We got different tones.
Here we go.
You have
Hang on a
the
minute.
UK bleep and I have the USA bleep.
Anyway, Apollo, play your tone. Ooh,
Dude, listen, if we
major.
do it back and forth, it'll sound like a French siren. Let's do it back and forth like a French siren.
No, do it like a.
Here, just spam it. Just spam it, Panda.
Do it like a phone. And then go, the John Costello you are
We're
trying to
Nokia
call.
sound. We're gonna make the Nokia ringtone.
Listen, make it like a telephone sound and say, the John Costello you are trying to reach is the fake one. You need to contact Cynthia.
No, like Panda. Like, listen, Panda. If you were to do this,
Come on, you big chicken.
and I was to do that offset, it would sound. Yeah, it would sound like a French siren.
It's so hard to go on your offbeat because you've got like a 20 millisecond delay. It's so hard to play with a 20 millisecond delay.
You mean we had to make it? We had to be in the studio together to make a proper French siren?
Well, to be fair, we're never going to get caught. It's a French siren. Sorry, that's where I go racist shit.
Told me.
No.
We love the French. The French are welcome here. I shall shut the fuck up. I'm English. I'm a dickhead.
Well, the only thing is we love the French too, except they ripped us off with the Statue of Liberty because it turned out to be a man.
Oh, here we go.
I still think it's great. No, and trust me, Jerry, I'm not one of those dudes. Jerry, I'm not.
Hang on a minute,
I was
hang on a
making
minute,
a
hang on a
joke.
minute.
They're just jokes, Jerry. Dude, I'm not. Here he goes. He says,
Is this,
"No,
is this
Jerry,
supposed to be
don't.
like a
That's not
conspiracy
me.
theory?
It wasn't me."
I have no control of this. You do your thing, man.
I love French fries.
I love French fries.
I love the Statue of Liberty. I love French girls.
Do you know what's
I
really
love
good?
the lewd.
You know what's really good? Hot wings, buffalo wings, with French fries and blue cheese.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. You said French fries with French fries.
Chips.
It's chips.
Chips.
It's fucking chips. Fuck off.
Chips.
Chips.
Well, see,
Chips.
here in the States, we call thin baked or fried super thin potato slices chips. And then we also call corn tortillas that we also call those chips in North America. So, and that's
nachos.
chips. It can be made out of corn.
I think you call them crisps.
So we call that chips. So it's, dude, I know it's completely funny for sharing the same language. And it's hilarious.
Jared, you stole our language. Fuck off.
Well, no, we inherited it because it's our language.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, at least we didn't start speaking, Humani when we defaulted from you. At least we gave you guys enough respect to keep the English language
Yeah,
afloat.
but you still tipped our fucking tea in Boston Harbor, didn't you pricks?
Well, listen, man, you guys wanted too much taxes. Come on, bro. I mean, it's getting out of hand.
Yeah, but you had the Spanish and the French to help you. Shut up.
Well, we needed the Spanish and French. You guys were like,
Yeah. And to be fair, independence is always good.
Trading company. What are you talking about? You guys were the first pirates in the world.
You know where the first pirates actually come from? It's my neck of the woods. Actually, I am a not an owner, but I have a hereditary right to one of the first Brixham trawlers, which is where one of the first boats went for the New World, is Brixham in southwest of England.
Interesting.
And I've got rights to one of the Brixham trawlers, which are these beautiful boats with red sails. I think my great uncle Silas Pine built this BM 45. which they rebuilt actually, and I have never been on, but my dad has. So,
Wow.
small little one.
Cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the Plymouth Pilgrims, I grew up 11 miles away from Plymouth. 11 miles? Yeah, perhaps 12, 11 miles. So I've actually seen the Pilgrim Steps, and actually next time I'm down Plymouth, I'll take you a photo for you and stick it on the Saw Discord.
Sweet.
Cool.
Sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is.
And you know, the Plymouth wasn't actually meant to be the first setting off point. It was supposed
No,
to be like
no, it wasn't.
Southampton or something, wasn't it? But they
Yes.
ran aground, or they had problems, and they had to dock in Plymouth, get fixed, and then fuck off to America.
Hey, the thing geographically, though, it's like, it would kind of sucks if you kind of sent your steps, funded your scouts, sent them out there, got them out, and then they just were like, oh, we're keeping this for ourselves.
Yeah.
I mean, we've still got Canada, technically.
It's like, this is too good. Listen, it got too hard. There's no way you guys will make it over here. We're good. This water is beautiful. It's the biggest moat in the world.
Wait, hang on a minute. Atlantic, Pacific. Hang on a minute. Yeah.
Sides,
Fucking
on
is.
both
It's
sides,
Atlantic.
it's the biggest moat in the world, bro. That's what makes us us. I mean U.S. I mean us. I mean U.S. I mean us.
I mean, if we float north, though, hang on a minute. Everyone goes left to
America.
right. Everyone goes left to right. If we go north through the North Pole, it's actually closer.
Hey, Tron Dog, what's up, bro? Synth Cat in the house. Hey, Synth Cat, join up, bro.
Oh,
Join
yeah.
up, bro.
Come on. We need a fourth person to
Synth
riff
Cat,
off.
join
Come on.
up. Hey, come on, guys. Come on. Don't be embarrassed. Listen, you can do like Cressy does, and
Come
not
on,
put your camera on.
Cat.
You can even come in and not put your camera on.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm just wearing Orbital t-shirts to, front the UK scene.
T-shirt
but-
is dank, dude.
I'm going
Oh,
Jerry's
that's a
going
good frog.
potty.
to go take a leak.
Uncle Jerry's going potty. He's over there wearing no pants in
No,
front
I
of the
got pants.
synthesizers.
I'll
He's
be
going to
back.
piss in front of us. He's going to take his little microphone all the way to the
No,
screen.
I'll be back.
Ooh, riffing. Oh, I like it. Oh. I really want to get back to using an analog mixer. Really do. I've got digital.
Dude, I'm looking at this old analog tube mixer that a buddy's got in his little warehouse studio thing. It's a what mixer is it? Some German.
It's not Reslo, is it? Reslo?
Is that what it
REZLO?
is? It's a vacuum tube 16 channel mixer.
Oh,
And he said it's worth 5 G's because it's in perfect working order. And he said he'd give it to me for 2,000 if I make him help him with his album.
depends on how many hours you put on it.
Yeah, see he also showed me. That's what I said to him too, and he also showed me. He's like, "Look, dude, here's the tubes, man. $45 a piece. They're being manufactured right here in the States."
I can't remember because there's 8 pins to a tube, isn't there?
8, but there's 8, and then there's the C5. What is it? The C5 or the C15, and then that has that extra ground pin in it, right where the plastic thing is. Yeah,
because on the later ones they just replaced it to plastic because
they're like this has got like the straight 1982 from 1979 to 82 to 83 vacuum tubes in it from TVs. These are like the straight television vacuum tubes.
I can't be honest. I'm really impressed with the vacuum tubes of today because they've now made 12 volt ones, 12 volt vacuum tubes.
Well, the Ruskies, the Ruskies are developing a 24 volt vacuum tube right now. You know that, right?
Are they?
Yeah, for home stereo. for a 1 ohm home stereo.
For more the pro audio circuits. So,
Yeah, bro. So they're developing a 24 volt, and it's like, dude, they're rated at like 750 watts a tube. So one ohm TDR impedance on that. It's crazy next level shit. So it's like basically, it's basically what vacuum tube technology is supposed to be right here is what but the Russians are the only ones doing it because there's no companies out here. And there would be funding, like, dude, our current president would fund something like that. If you just, all you had to do is write the White House and say, hey, here, musically, we are behind the Russians in this technology. We need to fucking make a business here in America and do that. And even though it's in the music sector, he would approve that.
I mean, like, I gotta say, tubes jumping up from 110 volt in America sounds so different to EU 240 volt.
Crazy difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
Like,
don't you think that has something to do with the interface and the circuitry going into the front side bus of it?
I would argue you guys are much more susceptible to having cleaner audio because 110 volt is obviously smaller, so therefore the noise ratio
is
to
lower.
110, it's always lower. So
lower.
So if my other half decides to turn the oven off, you'll hear a buzz.
Yes. Dude, listen, I'm an indoor horticulturist that.
Don't mind me.
You, Jerry?
I'm just adding some background music.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
well, don't add nothing. Don't add nothing that's gonna copyright the channel. Don't add nothing. I'll put some music on, dude. I'll even put a 2-bar loop on and put it on repeat for us right now, dude. Don't do nothing to copyright.
I'll even stick on the synths behind me. Don't worry.
Put your jazz shit on. There you go. Just real light in the background.
Here, I'll turn it down too.
Real light in the background. Let the conversation dominate. Yeah.
Here, how's that?
Yeah, real light in the background. Let the conversation stand on.
Yeah, we go.
There you go.
Right in the background.
Yeah, real light.
All right.
Real light.
And then I can go like this. I can go like this, boys. Like, so real light. Okay, we're good to go, Jerry. Don't let no more other people's music that's going to copyright you, claim you. It's just our music from now on the YouTube channel. That's the number one.
While we're here, I got to ask again. That MPC 61. Why shouldn't I get the new one as opposed to the one you have?
Oh, the little red one? It's not going to...
No. Sweetwater has a black one.
With the 61 key?
Yes.
That's the one I have.
Let me call it up.
Yeah, I got the MPC key 61.
Well, let me call it up.
Yeah, if Sam had this thing, and Sam needs like a Pioneer DJ 3855. If Sam had that, do you have Sam, what turntables do you have?
I have turntables wise. I've got Newmark SA600s for vinyl. I've got
what digital ones do you got? Current digital ones.
Oh, my current controller is the FLX6.
Oh, you got an FLX6. So you just a single?
Yeah.
If Panda had like a DJ 3585A or one of those. Yeah.
That's it, Jerry.
That's $100 cheaper than I got mine for. I don't know why it gets 4 stars. That's crazy. You should get 5. I think it doesn't get 5 because the memory does run out and you do have to put a hard drive in it.
But is that the one?
So I've got the Force.
That's the one, dude. That's the one, Jerry. I'm telling you, I will walk you through this motherfucker and you will fall in love with this. And what's great about it is you can plug your mixer into it and then it turns your mix, and then plug that into your computer. So you plug your mixer into the USB port of the Akai. Then you plug the Akai USB with their fancy USB port. It's like a funny port. It's not like a USB port. It's funny, right? It's funny looking. And you plug that into your computer, into USB, and then you can use that for, Ableton or, whatever you're using for a DAW. But you could also run it standalone. And when that's all plugged in together, Uncle Jerry, you can see right on this 7.7 inch by 5 inch OLED screen. You get a literally touch screen. You get to manipulate all those mixer things on your mixer. Very, 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 very limited. Very, very jumbo.
So any Akai you've got can take the USB outs, like you've got on the back of your computer. You can plug a USB-A into the printer cable, literally just a printer cable, into any device that takes it, like a mixer.
Yeah, but
so
see, this one isn't the printer cable. This is a special cable. It's not a NIX cable that goes into the back of this unit. That's what I'm saying. It's a NIX, and then it's got a 6-pin above the NIX that goes in it.
Oh, the USB 3 version of that. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's got that links into USB 3.0, I think, if I remember correctly. That's like USB 3's version of the printer cable. But like you've got like you can see on camera, you've got my Akai Force that talks my MX1.
Mm-hmm.
And so from the digital fader, which is here, all the way to the 17.8, which is here, that talks. And so I've got 6 channels of left-right audio, which I pull out of the Akai Force. I've also got 6 channels of the Force I can fuck with and put it back out in through one of those 6 channels I aforementioned. So this is just the next level. The 61 I have played on, and holy fuck,
it's fast. It's so fast, dude. The workflow and the inspiration is so fast, and then there's so much like fuck Splice, dude. All of our competition uses Splice and they use samples, right? Which is cool. But wouldn't it be cool to make wouldn't it be cool to make your own file? Or like, this is what I've been doing. I've been making my own fire samples. And then I loop it back to myself while I'm playing. I'm having the time of my life doing this.
Oh, have you tried the per note sampling? So you've got a particular patch you've got on an old bit of gear that you just want to have a little bit more fundamental playability. So things like velocity. So you've got something that isn't velocityable. So volume is the only thing I can think of strictly off the top of my head. Have you tried recording it per note into the Akai 61?
The only thing I've recorded into the Akai 61 is some plugins. The Moog going back and forth through the channels. So go MIDI, right, and then out, and then into the EGAMT.
Yeah.
So it's all ED. What is that? EDBK XET in on the Moog. Yeah. And then I can use that whole ladder filter and mixer, and then it'll record it with the MIDI notes on the workstation, bro. So even though it's not catching those, it's got the MIDI notes, right? But it's not catching the sound. I can catch the sound by running those into the in and out.
So if I told you every Akai sampler from the what was the original one? Not the MPC-X, but the one before that, MPC Live, can do a per note sampling. So like you've got from a C-2 all the way to C8 of your just looking over to my left, your JV 1080 patch that you've made. You can sample every single one of those, and what it does is it sends a MIDI note out to that synth, and it pulls the audio back into the Akai thing. Doesn't matter what one you've got, and then you've got full temporality, you've got full velocity on keys. All right, the Akai Force hasn't got the best velocity sensitive pads. I've had NPCs before that. I've had NPC 1000, 2000, and all that.
Yeah, I've been playing around with the 2000 and then also the new X. That thing's amazing.
The X is great. The one thing I never got on with is the old school form factor with the new school like software.
Mm-hmm.
And that's hence why I went with the Force. It's literally just
that thing's sick though, man. That thing would work really good with my NPC, to be honest with you.
Yeah. The only downside, and literally the only downside I found about the Force is it cannot take clock. It will fuck you up. It has to be master. It has to be. And to be fair, it's a sequencer, it's a sampler. I just accept it. It is clock. But when I'm doing lighting, I've got to be very careful because sometimes if I load up my lighting program before I load up the Force, that will be master. And you'll get weird little ditties. So you might hear it in a few of my tracks. You'll hear like a 4 millisecond jump between when I press the pads. And it's enough to be annoying to me because I'm very particular about that. 9 times out of 10, you're not going to notice it with reverb and all that fucking shit all over your pads. So
yeah, absolutely.
I can hear it though. Yeah, but yeah, Jerry. Any NPC you have in your arsenal is a good NPC.
Yeah, I God bless Apollo, man, because
I appreciate that, Uncle Jerry, but I wouldn't get the NPC one. Like, see, I think if Samurai wouldn't have got the 1+, because, and then I reached out to him and I didn't get no response from him, but I was new to the channel and stuff when he got it, and I was trying to help him, and it's a learning curve. So it's a little frustrating for the first couple weeks, but once you get it, the workflow becomes it's like karate. It's so fast, bro.
And I like what I'm hearing. And again, the one I had up on the screen, that is the one you have, correct?
Yeah, this one right here. This one right here.
I can see that, baby. Oh yes. Yeah, there's the pad. There's the pad.
Dude, I got a Moog sub.
And that's the one I showed you on
SH40. I got a roll. No, hold on.
I gotta shut you. Hold on. Back up. Back to the NPC. Sorry, man. I gotta pull you back sometime.
All right.
The NPC, is that the one I just showed you on Sweetwater?
Yes, that's the third time I just told you that, brother.
Come on, Jerome.
Listen, do I need to come over and repair that curb feeler on that Cadillac?
Maybe smack me upside the head, but I just want to make sure because we've talked several times.
MPC P61, bro.
Please hear me out. You told me something last week or whatever. You said, don't get the new one, get the older one. I swear you did, and that's what I keep questioning.
That's what I said. Don't get the new one, get the older one. The new one is a 37 key version that's red.
Yeah. No, this one's black.
The new key. Listen, Akai don't make keys like this. They don't make semi-weighted keys. They don't really make synthesizers. They've never have. No. So, make some controllers. They do make some MIDI controllers like 251 and stuff like that. And then they make this like MPK3. Like they do these like little 1 octave deals. But this is the first thing that they've made for 29 years that's a 4 octave keyboard. Okay. So this is their only 4 octave keyboard that they've ever fucking made. That's modern.
Let's make it simple. It's the one on display right now, that I have.
Yeah. That's the 61.
This is
That
this
a
is
61.
this is and that's $100 cheaper than I paid for this.
And that's what I want because
Yeah, I paid $1,600 for this.
I'm
My
like,
friend,
go
you
ahead.
could be you could be Panda with that one unit. Honestly,
Panda would almost be like, dude, I'd like to see Panda with this in his hand and like a Pioneer DJ 5500 system with this going into it.
love it.
And dude, Panda would be rich after a couple of years. He'd be like, "Hey, babe, sorry, I got to go do a wedding. I got a good job, a gig this week, dude." And they'd be literally he'd be killing it, dude.
I'll
He'd be
tell you
doing
what,
like
though,
4,000 a
if you
fucking.
want to save
a week.
money, Akai Forces are going what $600, $700 on eBay. Add a 48 key 49 USB keyboard, MIDI keyboard, and it can just pull audio MIDI in from that. It is still from 2017. Still, I haven't found anything like it. And this is me coming from the old MPCs, from the 1000, the 500. I had 2000. I also had shit tons of S6000, S6000, S1000. Still got it. 2000, 3000. Like, I am full Akai on board. I used to make, when I was like 10, 12 years old, I used to make jungle tracks just on the fly. So there you go. There's a little bit of insight. I've always been doing this, but yeah, no. As long as you
It's
understand,
super fun and relaxing, though, right, Panda?
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
it kind of chills you out when you just want to rage on the world. You know, this is my thing, man. This is my
That's why I bought
That's
the
what
Roland
keeps me centered.
P6s.
I'll be honest. I'd rather sell my Roland Phantom 06, the Phantom O. I'd rather sell that and get this.
This crushes the O series.
Oh yeah, I can tell.
If you had an EX and it had all 14 engines in it, Roland engines in it, that would be
story.
That would be different, because then, but still, the workflow is going to be fucking still 100 times faster.
I bought this because I thought I was going to play live again. And
the EX, the EX is what you would want. The 06 could probably pull it off if you weren't doing too much with it.
It could.
But that's also a learning curve too. You know what I mean? That's a huge learning curve.
Since you and I have been talking a lot, and you've been demonstrating a lot of the MPC, you pull some sounds out of there, but I've been looking for like years, and I'm like, damn. And the more I hear of it, and the more I hear of your work, and I know you're using that thing, it's just like, man, I want it. I just want it.
I love this thing, dude. I got the Juno, like I was trying to say before you cut me out. I got the Juno X. I got the Sub 37. I got an SH4D. Off to the side, I have a classic Roland SH101.
Oh, you dirty fucker.
I got this fucking Casio right here. I got all my guitar pedals. They ain't even hooked up. And you know why they ain't hooked up? Because this MPC Key 61, I feeling.
I fell in love with you, girl. I fell in love with you.
Well, I think
in my studio, and all I have to say is this: is you were riding tight, and you stay tight, baby.
there you go.
It's my favorite keyboard. Out of all those keyboards, this is my favorite keyboard. Sorry, it's just how it is. This is my favorite keyboard.
Well, I think I showed you last night. That's my Juno X.
Oh yeah,
8 CV ports on it, too, boys. 8 CV ports. Yeah, what? 8 of them.
Let's see.
no, but I could still make music on what Jerry's got. I could definitely make music with what Jerry's got. Definitely.
Oh, absolutely. But if Jerry plugged all those things into an interface and then plugged it into
They're coming. They're coming.
No, if you plugged all that into interfaces, right, MIDI interfaces, and then plugged that into the back of this and used this as your master, you would have no idea what galaxies that you would unlock.
Well, the way it is right now, I got the Chudo X because it's so powerful. I just decided to use it as like a main board. But this is the Arturia controller for the VSTs, and down here is the MC707, which I can replace with drum machines and stuff. But over here, this is the piano. That's an RD2000, but this is the Phantom 06. I would rather replace this with the ABC 61 as a another controller and standalone unit.
How far is Guitar Center from you?
Real close.
So if they were to have one of those in stock, you could take that. You still got the box for your rolling? You got all the box and everything for it?
I will have to look.
So if you have the box and it's in good shape, you're gonna lose about 35% off of it. Right off the bat, and then they're gonna get you for like a fee, which is usually $100 take-in fee. But if you don't have the box, they're gonna probably give you. They'll give you like $650 or $7. They'll probably give you $650 for it. So that's what they would give you probably for that keyboard.
I might be able to box it up for cheaper and sell it online.
You could probably get a G or 1100 for it easy online within a week.
Yeah, it's in pristine shape. I mean, barely.
You still got the box, bro. You're good to go.
I'm gonna excuse me. I may have to go to the attic and look. You gotta understand, I was on the rampage because I didn't have any room here, and with all the remodeling going on, I started having to pitch things that were just in the way, and yeah, it is what it is. But they may be up in the attic. It may be. And I will do that before I try to sell them. But in my mind, the more I hear yours and the more I've been listening to it on other YouTube, the more I'm thinking, I'd rather have that than that Phantom 06.
The Phantom's a little hard to use, and it's all rolling sound. So, like, here, listen to the pan on that, though.
Well, I showed you my studio. I've got nothing but Roland and Oberheim, other than the Prophet 5, which is actually a 10. But I've got the System 8, I've got the JDXA, I've got the Oberheim TE05, the Oberheim OB6, the Oberheim Matrix 6, the Oberheim OBX8, the Prophet 5/10.
Yeah, that's a great synth.
They're great synths, but it's a little Oberheim heavy. I need something outside, and I have that with my VSTs and other synths that aren't really hooked up. The Behringer stuff, the Pro 1, the K2. I have a Korg ARP 2600.
Nice.
That's just to play around with. I mean, I have a lot of toys, and again, it was like a retirement project. I'm buying all this stuff while I'm making the money, and then I'll just have it, and I can just go play with it. That's just kind of because I never had it. I guess I went a little overboard. And
yeah.
But imagine the playground I'm walking into.
So anything Akai, think sample over plugin. Every time, think it's a sampler with a keyboard.
I don't know, man. I would say 80% is plugin like this, like the Steinway.
I would say with Akai, just treat it like it's 80% sampler, because honestly, you unlock so much more with Akai if you can load in.
He's
more.
right.
Yeah,
that teenage engineering hype that's literally $700 more than this. That thing is like nothing compared to the sampler and looper this is.
No, that the samp. So even from MPC 2.0 onwards, so the MPC 1 program that you could link into your computer was dog shit. 2 onwards was fucking amazing. I hook it up to my MacBook, and I've got I've got about 70 gigabytes of samples on here, and it doesn't matter what you do. If you want to chop samples, chop a vocal. Chopping a vocal is very difficult to do unless you have, to be fair, Akai, or I'm going to say Roland, but Roland is a pain in the ass to do.
Roland is a pain in the ass to do unless it's like, unless you got somebody on with, like on it like me.
Yeah. But Roland, I would argue Roland sounds better because the processing coming into the Roland is always better because they've got better preamps, etc.
But see, Panda, this is how fast Roland is.
Roland sounds better. Roland sounds better.
That's how fast Roland is, though. That's the thing, man.
Well,
I mean, I'm coming from like post late, so I had a Roland S760. We had to have the VGA monitor on it.
Yeah, yes,
and that kind of like was like, oh, I hate it.
That was
so
back
much.
then, though. That wasn't with the Amos processing chip inside their technology. They got
Yeah. So there's no Zen core. There's nothing like that on it. It's all new. The new stuff is great. So hence why I've got 2 P6s. The compact IRA P6s are so quick for a battery operated synthesizer and sampler. Sorry, granular synthesizer and sampler. I was amazed, absolutely amazed. So it is the same form factor and almost price range of a Volca. I was going, fucking hell. And I've made 3 or 4 tracks on it, like sellable tracks. I can't sell it because I'm using samples from other people, obviously. It's a sampler. But
dude, I'll make samples for you, bro. I'll make samples for you for free, bro. I'm looking for people to collab, dude. I make them all day long, copyright free, bro. This is my thing. I had a really popular gaming channel. I had 45,000 subscribers.
Yeah,
and I would run the soundboard like this.
Roland sounds better.
So I would run that with famous shit. So like when I would kill somebody, I'd be Arnold Schwarzenegger talking from like Terminator. And I would play music samples when I would kill. And I got 3 strikes, you're out. Like I got serious, and they were all from Universal Studios.
Check.
So UMG, what's the other 2 I keep on getting from? I keep on getting copyright strikes on another 2 as well, and that's just from me playing their songs. So they're always listening, and you can. So legally speaking, you can play 8 seconds of someone else's track. After that, if you are being critic, or you are being jokey about it, you are still allowed to use that track.
I was playing Call of Duty, so I would be spamming it.
Yeah, but you're being jokey about it. Comical. If you're being comical,
this was before they changed the rules, though. It was 3 strikes.
No, that rule was actually stuck for quite a while because I used to do competitive COD, Call of Duty, back when it was Call of Duty 4. And I used to do very similar shit. I used to have things loaded in a little sample pad, and I'd feed it into my controller using that really, really small fucking mini jack, which I can't remember which millimeter it is. But the really, really baby one that you have to feed into the Xbox controller in the 360. And I used to feed into that, and it'd be like, "Fuck you, shit! Fuck you, shit! Fuck you, shit!" off an MPC 1000.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like if I was to restart doing the same thing, I would not get my channel banned nowadays. How I was doing it, but
do you know what? Actually, if you are DJing, it's very difficult to get your channel banned. You have to play some certain record labels to really get banned. The Apollo 440, who played "Don't Stop the Rock," are the only record label who has stuck to their guns.
Check.
That's the only one. You're right there, Jerry.
What are you doing over there, Jerry?
Your mic's gone and your face is gone.
Yeah, Jerry, what's going on over there, bro?
All of a sudden, my audio was. I don't know what's up with the camera. Hold on.
I'm amazed because it sounds like you've got your close mic. However, you sound like you're in a room. So I don't know what that mic is, to be fair.
It's a Shure something, but yeah, I don't know. I'm having problems again tonight. Last night I had it all figured out. Now I have no idea on my camera.
Yeah. No, your autofocus on your camera's gone, I believe, as well.
Is something happened, Unc?
I know. And I'm like,
maybe restart your camera. So just restart it in StreamYard and see if that helps.
Hold on. What the heck? So
it's
the
like
stream, but they want the stream to end if I leave?
No, just you should be able to go into the settings right now, shouldn't you? Hold on.
Oh yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Yeah, just click on the little gear and then just reset. Just click your camera off and then click it back on and see what happens.
Yeah. That's why I always love a manual focus over an autofocus.
It should be. I don't understand.
Yeah, I like manual myself.
There's that beautiful bastard.
About that. It just needed reset. My hat's crooked. Speaking of a hat being all crooked, the Pollock went to a doctor to get a checkup and see if I can remember it. It's because of the hat. My hat's crooked. And it's backwards. So every time I try to adjust it, I'm going the wrong way. But anyhow.
So a flat cap should sit right underneath the bit where it's bulbous under your head. So you always pull it up and it catches and it pulls over. There you go, boss. You've got it, boss.
There you go. But anyhow, this Pollock goes to the doctor and gets a checkup, and the doctor sticks a tongue depressor down his throat, and he says, "Yeah, he sticks a tongue depressor down his throat, and they go, the doctor goes, you got flat feet." He said, "Hey, Doc, how about you look up my ass and tell me if my hat's on straight?" Get it?
That's because you're always curious, Jerry.
That's an old joke from my dad's time. Yeah, I don't know.
So you boys, you've got high prestigious synths. I've got a few in the corner. I don't normally get them out. I normally have the Behringers out. What do you think of the Behringer? Come on, do you have to go through them?
I really don't have a problem with them. I really don't. I've got the Model D right down here underneath the little rack I moved under here under the Juno X. I've got the Model D that I'm going to hook up, which is going to be nice because it's close to the patching in. And to me, from what I've tested with it, I mean, I'm not that great of a player that I need the actual $5,000 mini move because I can get that with this. Or
I feel you on that one. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, to me, if you're spending $5,000 for that thing, it's for collector nostalgia only. I mean, otherwise, it's just not worth the money as an instrument. It's not a valid. It's just not valid today. In my book. And as far as Behringer, I'm using a Behringer headphone distribution amp, and I also have the Behringer Pro 1, the K2, and I love the Harp Odyssey that they came out.
Oh, that's such. Oh, do you know what? Out of all the out of the two ARPs they made, the 2600 and the Odyssey. I played on the Odyssey Bayringer version. Then there's a place in Bristol in the UK where they literally had the Korg Odyssey and the ARP Odyssey and then the
Nice.
Bayringer Odyssey, and I played them, and I was like, do you know what? I'm not gonna lie.
Behringer.
500 quid.
Yeah, dude, that's the thing, man. This
It's
is
so
why,
close.
dude.
Yeah,
it's close. It's close enough for just that System 55.
Yes.
For us to get a little teeny piece. And then listen, I have a buddy that's got one that I met. Well, he's kind of a buddy. I just met him, but we're very friendly. And I met him through Nick, through my guitar dude that's helping me with this synth stuff. And he took and soldered. He got it right apart because he repairs synths for a living. This other dude, this old guy, and he bought one of these Behringers because he couldn't get a CL1. Because CL1s are like $50,000, right?
Yeah.
Those Moog CL1. Was that what it is called, a CL1?
CL1 to me is a Yamaha. It's a mixing.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a little old. Or CS or C.
Oh, the CS101.
Yeah, the big modular unit that.
Oh no. That's Behringer's doing the 707.
No, it's the bigger one.
Model 700. Sorry,
Model
the Roland version.
No, the big Moog from the 67. That's what it is, from 1967.
Oh, the big Moog.
The big Moog, the CL1. I think it's a CL1. It's like a quarter of the size. It's literally that System 55 is a quarter of the size of the actual original version from from Bob Moog.
Right.
That's a little bit out of my synth history, to be fair.
So basically, the first channel doesn't connect. So what Homeboy was saying was the first channel doesn't connect to the other two oscillators. And that's what Behringer didn't do. So he ripped it apart before he even played it. And he literally soldered those all together, guitar pot style.
Yeah.
And he's like, listen, it's like 89 to 91%. And he's like, if I throw these two pedals on, it sounds better than the original. So he's like, you're talking 2 G's with these pedals all in. And I just save $48,000. And then I don't have to do repairs every 6 months. So that's the thing with Behringer, guys, is, none of us can diss what's going on. They put unobtainium in people's hands for an affordable price. And that's a beautiful thing.
I will tell you, I would embrace them totally if I was back starting out needing synthesizers when I couldn't afford them. Back then, there's no way I could afford these Harmonies and Rollins stuff. I just couldn't afford them. I just couldn't. Even though I was working, through high school and college, I couldn't afford that stuff. But Behringer would make it affordable. I guarantee I'd be able to buy, like a UBXA. Well, it would be a little stretched, but I could get maybe like the string machine, the Selena, or something, and back then to really help you out. And I would totally embrace that for the struggling musician who's young and doesn't have the money. And I have no problem owning, top of the line synths, but augmenting them with Behringer. Why spend that big money when a lot of it we can be done on VSTs, and 2, I don't know.
I'm looking forward to their CS80 clone when that.
That was going to be interesting.
I'm buying that. I know it's not the same thing, but I mean, listen, that's the closest thing I'm ever going to get to one of those things.
I know. I got
their lets me touch what is.
Right. But I got their RD9 drum machine, and I followed. I forget the guy's name. I don't see him much on YouTube anymore. But he did he did a demo on how to recreate the drum machines on Phil Collins' "Take Me Home."
Mm.
It was easy to follow on the Behringer because it worked the same way as the Roland, and he was using the Roland and I was using the Behringer. And I'll be damned if I didn't get that drum machine sound just like he did, you know. So
Yeah.
yeah,
So
you know, you really got to have a picky ear to hear that difference.
It does. And like literally, like RDV, yes, I'm buying when it's good enough. And it is because throw a night verb on it or something, man. And I gotta tell you, man, you throw a couple of high-end pedals on it, or you start running that through through a vacuum tube, like that Russian vacuum tube mixer I'm talking about. That's going to sound better than the CS80. Dude,
yeah.
I can run my Casio through that, and that'll sound amazing because I can run my Casio through my Moog and then into the effects of my Model 12, and it doesn't even sound like a Casio anymore. So listen, there's workarounds, guys.
Well, not only workarounds, but there's things you can do like the legendary rock stars did, like Pete Townsend from the who took an organ input, put it into an ARC 2600, and created, Won't Get Fooled Again. With that, we all know the song. And
that helps me about 2600s. I want one.
Yeah, and the sky's the limit. You can, and especially with effects, you can take things, run them into different channels, put them in different order, and just try different things to create your own sound. I mean,
Do you know what? There's only been one other synth that has been like the 2600, and that was the Macbeth M5N. There's only 22 in the world. The 21st one got destroyed. The 22nd one got taken by the guy who owns Orbital. Is the musical maker of Orbital. He took the owner's original personal one because he was selling it because it got rained in, and he now has two Macbeth M5Ns. And if you take away the white faceplate, so it's the only Scottish synth makers I know of is Macbeth. If you take away the white faceplate, put a black one on, I swear I personally couldn't tell the difference between a 2600 and an Macbeth M5N. The difference, though, they are 20 grand a fucking piece, and they are so beautiful.
Holy moly.
Yeah. That fucker's got two of them as well.
I can play Odyssey on my MPC.
Oh yeah, they've got a plug-in, haven't they?
It comes with the Odyssey. It comes with the ARP Odyssey plugin.
Yeah,
it's like $100 plugin. And it has probably aftertouch too.
Oh fuck! Do you know what? As a sample head, I never thought too much about aftertouch until I plugged in my MIDI controller into my Force, and I was like, okay, I need a bit more expression. What the fuck have I got left for expression? I've got nothing left. I've got a mod wheel. I could program a little bit more expression, but it's not going to be the same. I need to stack it more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. That's just telling me I need. Although plug a USB thing in that's got aftertouch, it can do it. So it doesn't matter what MPC you've got, as long as you've got a fucking decent MIDI controller.
Well, just like the SH4D, this desktop that I have, it's a really nice little synth. Like here's just here, I'll just put a preset on for you, and it's a legitimate group box. Check this out.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, I can slide.
You were playing that before.
Oh. And then I can control all these tracks. I can mute them all on the fly. I can reprogram them, just on this preset.
Yeah.
And then I can trigger the MPC with it. But one thing that's really cool about this thing is it's polyphonic enabled. So when I plug this into the MPC, it becomes polyphonic because I had the polyphonic keys.
Okay. Ah, yeah, because he's accepting MIDI control.
You see,
What's the polyphonic?
it's not polyphonic because it's got these little these little Xbox PlayStation, 5 buttons on it for the keys,
Oh, yeah.
right? But it's polyphonic enabled.
I need to go. Do I pop up to get Jervis tomorrow and then go pop into Bop DJ or something like that and go play on SF? It's 40. It's only up the road from me. The wonderful thing about the UK is like Cornish is about 80 miles away from me.
Nice.
Jervis is about 100 miles away from me. If I said Grace, JC, who else?
Oh, JRC's over there
Yeah,
too?
yeah, JRC is only about 300 miles away from me. And the thing is that it's because fucking travel's so expensive here. It's a fucking nightmare. So I don't know if you know of Clown Fest, which is
I heard of it because of you guys.
yeah.
I've heard of Clownfest.
Yeah. So Mark, he's a bloke. He lives not far from Jervis, actually, literally like spitting distance. So he could spit on his house from Jervis's house. To be fair, and he's running something up in Manchester, which is another 300 miles north. And I've spent on hotel, train, and tickets to go to this event. I probably spent about 350 quid.
Damn.
And what's that? USD. That's about 420, 430 quid, or $420.
Not that,
Yeah. So it's like to
Shit,
go.
that's pretty bad, Jerry. Seeing how I could book a trip to you in 3 months in advance, and I can get round trip 350 back and forth to you.
Yeah.
that's crazy.
So that's pretty expensive.
Yeah. No, I went cheapest first because you get coach, road travel. It's like I can get to Edinburgh for about, I don't know, 30 quid. Like, that's nothing. You're on that fucking coach there for 16 hours and you're hating life and the power sockets will never fucking work.
Oh my God.
The Wi-Fi never works. You're sat there going, who the fuck are you next to me? And last time I did that, some Bristolian guy was on. We chatted from about 10 in the evening till 6 in the morning.
Oh my
We were
God.
both, because he couldn't shut the fuck up. And I was like, I'm a people pleaser. So I'm just going to.
Jesus.
I literally saw the Scottish border and I went, I'm so sorry, brother. I'm going to get an hour's skip. Because I'm like, fucked.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Be like, sorry, man, I got to sleep.
Yeah, fuck you, mate. I'm out of there. But here's my number. That's what I said. I was like, if you want to keep chatting, here's my number. It's just let me have a coffee first, please.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I know. So UK is like so stupidly expensive on travel. But I'm going to go see JRC on the 22nd, and I'll try and get a video as well. Actually, of him playing.
Oh,
Yeah, I think Grace is going to make her way over as well because she's not far. She's Sheffield, so that's like hop, skip, and a jump. That's like me to Cornish. To be fair, Grace to Manchester, and to be fair, JRC is like, I want to say Newcastle, so that's even then. That's still the same hop, skip, and a jump. And I'm going to see so many cool people. Marcos also, who runs Clownfest. He's so lovely. I met him actually at Inky's funeral. He's such a lovely guy. He's so tiny, though. I thought JRC was tiny. Mark is even smaller. He's like a tiny little bald man.
Wow.
Yeah, it's mental. But yeah, just basically watch the space essentially in the next couple of weeks. I'll try and get the videos.
That's funny. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jerry. It's Jerry's turn.
I was going to say, it's funny how that happens because at one of our meetings at work, I've been attending every Monday morning, and this guy, let's just call him, I'm not going to use his real name. Let's just call him John. That's not his name. But he leads these meetings and he's live all the time on these Zoom meetings. Well, I finally drove out to Raleigh and for some training, and he was leading the training. And I finally got to meet him in person.
Yeah.
And he's just little tiny guy. I said, wow. And I felt bad because first words out of my mouth, you're so much smaller in real life, you know? And I don't mean that
Yeah.
insulting because him on Zoom, he just has this big presence, you know? And then when you see him in real life, he's just this little short dude. And it's like, you know, it was like, I felt bad that I said that. But, you know, it happens so much when you
it happens the other way around to me because everyone thinks I'm like a regular sized bloke. I'm an inch from a door frame. My hair grazes a door frame every time. I'm 6'5", so I'm always fucking like I've always got a stoop everywhere I go. Because down where I live as well, all the pubs are very old. They're older than America, so all of them are like this level to me.
Yeah, short.
So
yeah.
I'm always like ducking my knee, and then I complain why my knee hurts. I'm kind of going, I should stop drinking. To be fair, drink at home, and then I've got fucking 10 foot.
Oh, you got that gout in your knee? You got that gout in your knee from that black beer?
Oh, I've got no. I changed over from black to black beer only about a year ago. You should drink cider. You'd know it as hard cider.
Ooh.
Yeah, proper where it was difficult.
We were talking about that the first night you came in. We call it apple pie in the South.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that.
It's moonshine.
Yes, we was.
Moonshine.
Well, it's moonshine you can make
apple mash flavored moonshine.
It's the bathtub. That was.
The apple pie is legally made moonshine because you're buying what's that? Everclear legally from the liquor store.
Yeah, so, you got to have the license to make it though on the distillery to make sure.
Yeah, if you want to make real moonshine, yeah, you just.
We want that to be licensed because that was one thing we know about moonshine in the Western Hemisphere is if you make it wrong, you can go blind from drinking a shot of it.
Well, right, exactly. Well, this moonshine, most people, apple pie, it's legal and make your own. You put that Everclear in with all the other stuff, and you got moonshine, and it's good. It's damn good.
Oh yeah. Apples make you blind. That's all I'm going to say.
So do carrots. Don't tell Webbit.
Do you know what? Carrots. The reason why I say carrots you can see in the dark was a English propaganda to the Germans in the World War II. They kept on saying their pilots ate carrots in the RAF.
You're saying it's not the beta carotene and the vitamin?
No, it's absolute bollocks. It's absolute bollocks. It was World War II propaganda to the Germans saying that pilots can see better if they ate carrots, so therefore everyone else ate carrots because potatoes were becoming less of a staple because too many people were eating potatoes for their general carbohydrates. It was a genius move from the British War Cabinet.
Wow.
Yeah. And then also they was like, so Germany started producing carrots. They saw no fucking produce.
See, you guys are still in charge.
Yeah.
You guys are still in charge. Don't be mad about the Boston Tea Party. We know you're still in charge.
I go to Boston Tea Party at least once a week, and they make a lovely bacon sandwich to me.
Over here in the States, when you're born, your birth certificate is a bond, and it's a bond to the United Kingdom for 1.1 million silver dollars. Everybody born. So yes,
Where the fuck's my money then?
Well, you don't get any. You had to have been a diffuser.
Oh, I wish I was that rich. Do you know what? It's like I see myself as like lower middle class because I can just about afford what I want.
And even if great. Sometimes you got to save for like 3 weeks to get it, right?
3 weeks we get paid monthly here. That's the standard. So therefore,
That's rough to where you can't manage your own money during the month.
Being paid weekly. I started my working life being paid weekly, and then the ecosphere in UK working just changed like overnight. Everyone just was like, "We're going to pay you monthly." I was like, "That sounds dumb," and everyone else was like, "Yeah, but we have more of our money now." I was like, "No, that sounds dumb," because in 3 weeks I can have that synth. In 3 months, I'm now going to have that synth. Work out logically, I'm still going to go to the pub and frivolously spend up till the 20. No, not even.
How much is the pub out there?
Actually, well, down my way, it's about £4.40 for a pint. So $5.50 for a pint.
Okay, so you've got a good pub by you, isn't it?
Oh, it's all local as well. All local. It's great.
Yeah, that's excellent price, bro. Like with world inflation and stuff, that's a good price to have local. That's good.
Yeah. We've also got a 10% discount for our locals as well. So if you are a camera subscriber, which is about £30 a year, you get 10% off every beer in a pub who's a camera pub, and we've got 6,000 pubs in the UK.
Shit, after like 30 beers, that starts paying for beers, man.
Yeah, it does. And just to be fair, I'm a big drinker. I can have.
Yeah, you're like me. You like drinking the beers. I feel you. Listen,
yeah.
I love it. I love it too.
Have 12 in a night. And, I've only had to move over to whiskey because beer's not cutting it. I'm drinking your stuff. I'm drinking Jack Daniels. Although that was, to be fair, that was 3/4 full when I started.
We do not discuss alcohol on this channel. Damn you.
What's wrong with Jack Daniels?
We're the drinkers of the society.
We definitely are the drinkers of the society.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, like Sawlot, they say they drink, but they don't drink.
I mean, they got some nice drinks, but
yeah.
Did you see Lamont tonight, man? A big old motherfucking buff ass fit motherfucker and drinking that little teeny glass of wine. I was like, bro.
That's not even a small in the UK. That's 135 ml is a small.
Did you see that glass? He was over there nursing. I was like, holy mackerel.
Do you know what? We've got stronger percentile wine, fortified wine, we call port over here. Or sherry, actually. Port or cherry.
Sherry's, and so sherry's proper.
Yeah, port though. You get a good tawny port.
A good tawny port, and you drink, and dude, you can get away with drinking a bottle with your girlfriend really fast and get a little lit, you know what I mean, on a bottle of port.
I'll tell you what, I drank a very expensive bottle once. I bought it. I I probably had one of my first paychecks. I bought it. I was like, so big bollocks. I walked in. Got this bottle of tawny port. And I drank the whole fucking thing. I guarantee you, after that hour, I was naked in the bath and no one could go to the toilet because there was only one bathroom in that place. And so my friends had to see me start bollock naked, just like collapse in this bath going, it's a grower, not a shower.
Dude, port, it's a hell of a drug.
Dude, I'm glad those days are over. Ooh.
It's never over. I got myself naked on stage last year, as I told you last time.
Yeah, you did.
Yes, I did.
Dude, the girls love it though, man.
Oh, big gay festival. All the boys loved it.
Oh yeah. Were you there when you were saying that? I don't think you were there.
Who?
When he was saying all this about being naked on stage.
No. We was chatting, and then Apollo joined in just afterwards.
Yeah.
It
was like, what?
Yeah, but I've never heard you laugh so much, Uncle Joe. I've never.
Because it was funny as hell. I'm like, you gotta be shitting me. You know?
Oh, fuck yeah. Panda head. Nothing but the panda head. I've got my missus took photos. I've got my
Yeah.
mate Bilal, who's Indian descent, and he said, I was concentrating on the music, but then I wasn't, because all I could see underneath the decks and underneath the table was his bollocks going boing, 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 boing.
That's so good. That's good stuff.
I like how you guys call it the Bullocks Stadium. Boy, it's like the Bullocks. Never heard
So
that over
good.
here. You know,
Yeah.
guys over here. There's so many different terms they
Oh,
would
dude,
use.
with Call of Duty, I can't tell you. Back in the day on Call of Duty, some of my greatest mates, like my wingmen, were from the UK, man. And man, listen, hey, you know how it is, Pat. Remember how it was? You had those Yankee teammates, and we had those UK teammates. We got down back in the day, didn't we?
Yeah, so outside of chat, we would call us the proper team and the Americans cannon fodder.
There you go.
Dude, that describes almost every one of my Yankee teammates. I'd be like, listen, post up in this room, post and look out this window, but don't be seen. And then literally they would see something and they all run out. They all run out and start fighting the tank.
3 steps back from the fucking window if you're going to do a sniper shot. It's 101. You don't want to be seen. Don't stand right in the fucking window. You take 3 steps back so you're a silhouette.
Listen, bro. Listen, I'm English, bro. I'm English. My last name is Holmes. Like Sherlock. I'm English.
Holmes. It depends on what part of England, to be fair, because Holmes is a pretty one, and Holmes is quite rich.
Yes, it's Holmes. It's the
Oh,
crest,
it's
with the lion. It's the crest with the lion on it.
I've always been amazed by
it's not the cheap bollocks one. It's got the lion on the crest, the red one with the gold emblem and the Son of Fun.
How the fuck are you going Saudi Arabian? How did you Saudi Arabian with that? How?
Oh, listen.
Go ahead.
What you really got to ask yourself is how I can do this. Because when I was president of the United States, go on blackface, date a transsexual woman, and become president of the United States. They called me Barack Obama. I'm going to let you know right now. That's what happened.
What the fuck?
What the hell?
I thought this mic's not going to keep me up.
Hold on, I'm trying to.
I'm going to let you know right now. When I was hanging out with Michelle, we'd go on some lovely dates. Only thing I didn't like is that her dick's bigger than mine.
Where the fuck did you get that from?
What are you talking about, Panda? The voice actor.
Oh fuck, you're talking it in.
I'm here on Uncle Jerry's world. When I was president of the United States, we used to have Uncle Jerry come in. He used to put curfews in all the limousines. They were Cadillacs. When I was president, all limousines were Cadillacs. And Trump used the Chevrolets.
Yeah, we don't have those cars over here. We prefer reliable ones.
Oh,
Shots fucking fired.
yeah, for real. Hold on.
Yeah,
Japanese market all the time.
Is this working? Yeah, is my mic
Yeah,
working?
you're all good, Jerry. You're all good.
Yeah,
Hold on, I gotta go piss and smoke real quick, boys.
I think I'm hearing it now. I think I'm hearing it. What the hell, man? There we go. There.
You sound good to me, bruv. You're all good to me. To be fair, actually, a little bit better than you
But
were.
wait a minute, now I can't hear you.
La 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 la. In Uncle Jerry's house, we all just strip our dicks out and we turn the lights off. We take our clothes off, throw the clothes in the middle, and then just go find the finger.
Oh, shit. Hold on. We got.
Yeah, you're good.
There you
Yeah.
are. There you are. There you are.
Fuck, did you lose headphone mix?
There you
I'm
are.
impressed.
There you are. Sorry
I
about
do-
that.
So it doesn't matter if I'm DJing, mixing music or anything. I try and keep my mic gain the same as it is all through the streams, and then all the other bits like the synths or the decks or the live track coming through OBS. I try and match it to that because that is the one consistent between the three. Just a little bit of a helpful hint. Who do we have? Chat's gone quiet.
Yeah.
think-
hold on. Keep working.
I'm fucking loving this. Though. I'm just loving chatting to you two. It's fucking great. Ooh,
Hold on. Let me.
yeah. Someone's got to get in here. We need a fourth.
I'm. The link's posted. Hold on.
The link's posted. To be fair, your British contingency it is 4 a.m. here.
Oh. Oh.
Oh shit! I've done something weird. What have I done?
Didn't realize that. Let me go
Oh,
back.
I don't care. I haven't got work today. I don't care.
Yeah, you're like me. I just kind of, I don't care on Friday nights or Saturdays.
Oh, Friday. Definitely not.
Yeah, I just don't care. I sleep in however long I want. I kind of like it that way. You know,
Yeah.
Lamont mentioned it again tonight on Sense of Reality. Yeah, I've been having some issues with the family here. Basically, you know, the issues are gone because we don't talk.
Yeah.
And you know what? No talk, no problem. You don't need me. I don't need you. I never needed you before, really, either. I mean, I've been living my life without you. And, you know, other than having to go visit my mom, not having to, but going to go visit my mom, it's like, I don't care anymore. Yeah, it's like,
That's not
you
bad.
got-
I can do tomorrow, actually. I might go see my mum. Oh, Hansvolt's in. Sup, Hansvolt?
oh, is he coming in? Let's see if I don't see a thing.
Haben Sie einen Kühlschrank?
I'll keep an eye on for him coming in. Come on, Hans.
Ich bin ein auf Kühlschrank. Hansvolt, come on, join in. Don't
Yeah,
be afraid.
four is always fun. Especially when Apollo and I take so many pee breaks.
Yeah. See, what you need is a receptacle about yay big,
To pee in.
and then it goes into a bag just below my knee level. I can also pull out the beer pump behind me. I've also got a proper old-fashioned Bristolian beer pump that you can pump beer out of a box.
Don't you think it's better to be the old-fashioned way, like you're sitting at the pub? Hey guys, I gotta go. Please,
No
I
electric.
gotta go take a leak. You know.
Oh, yeah, fucking beer. That's it. I even got some Brasso from local hardware store to clean up all the brass. It's proper little brass little nibbles that you tie in. It's so gorgeous. It's such a good setup. And all I got to do is just bought this plastic clip on that clips onto a box of beer. The ones that you kind of got to do the weird 2 fingers and a fucking thumb pinch. With
Yeah.
wine boxes, definitely got it on that.
Yeah.
And you literally just clip this thing on and twist it, and then it opens up the port. And you pull your beer like you're on a British bar. And you're like, fuck you, cunt. I'm pouring this kind of beer. And it's the best thing. And I worked out very quickly that I cannot drink more than 12 pints in a night. And these boxes go to 20 pints. and I get it locally as well. So I get it for about what? Your rate about $50 a box
Damn.
for 20 pints. That's cheap.
Damn. See, I on my last few videos a while back, I was drinking these IPAs called Voodoo Rangers.
Yeah.
And each can was 9% alcohol, and man, I was drinking them for a long time. I was getting messed up, and it was like I got to back off of that because it was like, you know, and I will say this: I do get creative when I eat my marijuana gummies and have a beer or two. My creativity
Ooh.
comes up.
Now you're talking. Marijuana gummies. Oh.
Yeah. It just, the world shuts off. And that's what I need because my brain's overactive. And I can't just end my day and go, okay, I'm going to go in here and create this. And once I get those gummies kicked in,
Yeah.
and I don't care. And I don't care about what anybody's doing out there. I can just go in and say, okay, this world is mine. Let's see what I can do tonight. You know?
So in Britain, we can get them with the light.
Howdy, Hansvold.
Hello, Hansvold.
Hey, Hansvold, hop in, Hansvold.
No, Hans, we're waiting for you. I'm watching for you to pop in. The link's on.
Too much chat can wait. Come on, we'll give you good ideas. Come on, just like ping off of us. Come in. Come on, go on.
No excuse. You got tomorrow for Kumatai. There goes my camera again. I'm going to have to reset it again.
Yeah, why is it on autofocus?
It's because, it is kind of strange.
Yeah, it just decides to just go. It just decides to just
look on what I loaded. Oh yes, Hans. I didn't even get a notification, but after this, I will definitely go check it out, bro. Cool. Hans, he's got some con. Oh, he does. Hold on, it's only 44 seconds. Let's play it.
You got it? Can you put it up?
Yeah. I'll pull it up for us. We'll go right here. Let me go.
I wish my VT4 was working, but
oops. What am I doing?
It started working last night and it quit working today. I don't know.
This is StreamYard at. Where's my StreamYard at? This is crazy. All right. Chill out. So StreamYard.
We need to get more people to start joining in live. I know everyone is a little skeptical about it. And, we were talking about it's like, oh, I need a perfect background. I need this. I need that. No, you don't. Just start. Just learn and start.
Background. I've got whatever the DJ setup. It's got
but it looks great. Right now, it looks great.
Here, let's watch Hans.
You can see my face. That's all it is.
Let's watch Hans Vold's video real quick. I gotta load it up. Hold on. It's only 44 seconds. It is, but Hans did something that he uploaded. So let's check it out.
I thought I was the GOAT, but I realized it's really Hansvold. Have you heard his music? It's just so good. I think I need to quit YouTube and sell all my synthesizers.
Oh my God.
Oh no. Hey, listen, I gotta say one thing to that. Rewind.
I know. Wait. So answer me. So Hans made
I thought I was the GOAT, but I realized
Yeah, Hans made this. Hans made this in his little war with
it's gotta be AI.
or synth punks declared war on him.
Yeah.
I thought I was the GOAT, but
Oh
I
my
realized it's really Hanzo. Have you heard his music?
Oh my
It's
god.
just so good. I think I need to quit YouTube and sell all my synthesizers.
What the fuck? It's the water.
That's amazing, Hans.
I can't believe you did that. That's awesome. Once.
It's so crispy, Hans.
Oh my god.
Look at the drill.
Oh, it's the fucking water.
The drill.
Oh.
Holy
Hans, man.
moly.
Winner.
Holy
That's on
moly.
YouTube. Foot looks like a putter, and also
winner.
I thought I was-
winner chicken dinner, man.
Man.
Winner chicken dinner.
I wasn't expecting that. Winner.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know what all that's about, Hansi. I don't know what.
Yeah,
man.
what's
That's
going on?
weird. That's weird, man. Like, I don't know what's going on with the synth hate. Like, it's like there needs to be like the View. The synth
I
hate.
think
It should
I
be
think-
called synth hate, and it should be the View, and it should be like
I
the
think
four salty synthesizer guys in the fucking community should go on there and be the View.
I think synth punk loves drama.
I gotta say, who hurt you, Hans Volt? Who hurt you? Who made you want to sell all your synths? Come on.
You mean for synth punk? Why did he sell them all?
Yeah,
That was the start of it. It's like, I'm gonna sell all my synths.
Yeah, that's all. That was
Who,
all.
who hurt you? Who hurt you?
Hans will never sell his synths, and the only reason Hans
Right.
would sell a synth is because it's not worthy of him.
We're not waiting on Hans Volt. Hans Volt's awesome.
I'm sorry if I'm a little lost, but synth punk's the one that sold all his synths.
He didn't really sell a synth. He was bullshitting us.
So that whole basement full of shit.
Yeah, dude, he didn't sell any
Yeah.
synths, dude. He was bullshitting us. So he could brand himself to Synth Punk 3.0, which he's had like.
Yeah.
I'm so confused. Like, that's why I didn't follow him from the last time, because he changed his name and.
Yeah, I kind of gave up again because even though he's on these texts, these group texts, and he posts these things in the text, and I click on it, it says this video has been removed, and I'm like, dude, I don't know what you're doing. You know, why are you sending me this? And when I go to look at it, it's gone. I mean, either you're there or you're not. What are you doing? You know, I mean,
In 2025, we will have a synthesizer Royal Rumble where the greatest legends of synthesizers in their own mind will come together and battle to the death.
Well,
why
I'm
does
fucked
he,
because I'm a sample head.
and why does he pop in and out with different names? And
Hey, Hans, he might have had 64 synths, but I had a Commodore 64. So now what?
he didn't have 64 cents. He had a lot. He had a lot.
I can have a maximum of 64 cents because I've got a Unitor 8, which is an 8x8 MIDI control, MIDI interface that talks to MPC. Jerry, get an MPC, don't matter what one.
No, get the One Plus. Get the
Cool,
get the Key 61. Get the Key 61 because it's limited edition, man. You're gonna want that one. It's got semi-weighted keys. They're really nice keys. It's got polyphonic Active Touch in it. I mean, it's got a nice touch strip on it. Tons of effects. Tons of plugins. It's got $1,500 in plugins that it comes with.
Again, we're talking this guy here, right?
Yep, that's her. That's the big girl right there.
Damn.
That's called the Workstation Killer, is what it's called.
Oh,
It's
it
the-
is a workstation.
It's the Workstation Killer. That's what it's called.
You're going to kill me. I don't like going into debt. I don't.
Oh, don't go into debt. Just sell some gear like the Roland and then that old Yamaha that you're not going to use, and that's enough or trade it. Post, make some posts and say, hey, I want to trade, and see if anybody wants to trade you. Maybe somebody will want to trade you theirs for the 2 keyboards, because you might find this for like $800 or $900 because there's a learning curve with it, and it's not for everybody. So some people dump it quick because they can't learn it.
That's a very good point. Learning curve. Yes,
There's
Facebook Marketplace might be your friend, because I got my force on Facebook Marketplace because the learning curve.
The learning curve, but you have so I will be able to walk you through it, Jerry, and then I'll be able to show you some people that taught me about it that really will make everything fast for you.
I don't mind the learning curve, because right now I realize, and I think I've said this before, all the keyboards in here is Roland and Oberon heavy.
Yeah.
So I want something like the MPC and the Juno X, which was
Juno X is stupid simple to use. It's like almost like a busy box. It's like a busy box. Do you remember those busy box for the kids?
Yeah, but it adds so much. And then with the VST, so I'm thinking, why wouldn't, instead of a Roland workstation, I want something like the MPC, and because those sounds you were whipping out are what I want, and I'm like,
I love the damn thing, man. That's all I gotta say.
I'm gonna find a way to make it happen. I'm not gonna push the button because I need to get off my ass and sell.
Like I said, there's a couple cents that you said that you're probably never going to use anymore. So you might as well just dump those quick. And then the 08, the 06, if you don't want to learn that, and it will do everything that the MPC key can do, except for it's missing 32 pads on the flex. It's missing 32 flat, and it doesn't have all those effects built into the unit.
It doesn't have some of those samples you were using that you played for me, and I was like, dude, where'd you get that sound? And I was just like, I've been looking for that sound for ages.
Hey, Tron Dog, what's up, brother?
Hey, man.
Join in. Come on.
Tron Dog, Hans, join up.
Yeah. Come on in, man. Get old, leave the chat, come on in live. We're here for you. I didn't even take a shower today. Look.
TMI.
And he looks as sexy as he did 12 hours ago.
I threw a hat on. What the hell?
So, the one
I
thing
even went Hawaiian for you tonight.
Anything that can accept USB audio, absolutely fucking keep it at this point in time.
Yeah.
So, especially if it's class compliant as well, because class compliance is the next new thing. Because class compliant means X can talk to Y to talk to Z. It doesn't matter what you've got. You just plug it into your master. For my sake, it's the Force, and it just works. So my MX1 is class compliant. I think my my 2006 fucking hell, that's class compliant from back then. Unitor 8 MIDI interface is also class compliant, so it doesn't matter what it is; it just talks MIDI. So all it wants to talk. So if you can find something class compliant, it also works with audio interfaces. So if you can find a class compliant audio interface with an Akai, you have made your world.
Dude, my Model 12, my Tascam Model 12 plugs right into that thing, and it's like I can literally turn the knobs on that, and then screens pop up with me turning the knobs on this workstation. It is the most organic. And then now that they partnered with Arturia, with Native Instruments, I mean, dude, get the fuck out of here. With the partnership with Native, dude, is huge.
For those people that don't know, class compliant USB means basically it's guaranteed to work with any of your devices. Okay.
Yeah. So
it's got the drivers built into the unit.
The key is you don't need the drivers. Yeah.
The drivers are built in, so it's automatically talking to each other once they're plugged in.
Yeah, that's what they mean by that.
if it's audio, there is a difference between audio class compliant and MIDI class compliant.
Yes.
So that's something to work out, because if you can do audio over USB, which the Roland Ira series can do, it just isn't that great at doing, because that was like the height of Roland looking into that technology, hence why the Ira shit came out. So that MX1, which it talked to everything, that is technically on all of the USB outputs, technically class compliant to everything, but it's got a little bit of Roland magic that just makes it a little bit more quicker and a little bit more snappier. So when I hit play on the MX1 and I've triggered it to the TR8, it's just like bam, it's its own proprietary thing. If I was to do that to the what have I got my rig that does it? The Korg Monologue. Korg Monologue is class compliant on the MIDI, it's not on the audio. So you've got to still feed an audio cable out the back of the Korg Monologue into the MX1, and it's got to be in one of the mono channels, which is 1 through 4. It will still send clock over USB, and it will pull audio back over TRS or TS cables, doesn't matter which. But so be selective on it. I mean, like, you can make a workstation out of a Tascam Model 12 like Apollo has, and a Akai, doesn't matter which one, but the 61 key seems to be the one you're gunning for. And you can also be a bit more additional. So the Akai LPD, which is a little 8x8 pad with 8 knobs, fucking perfect for Akai synths, because you can now use things like MIDI controllable knobs. So you can actually like say, oh fuck, so that synth over there doesn't have a knob, and I've run out of knobs on this Akai Force, etc. Oh fuck, I need more knobs. I'll just plug this thing in. This thing in. You literally just twist a knob on it. It's on channel 15 or whatever you set it to, and I set it to MIDI 74 for cutoff for my CS1 for Yamaha, and it's that simple. It's so intuitive.
It's stupid. It's stupid simple, right, Panda? I mean, it's like,
yeah.
And then it looks like it complicated because there's massive amounts of channels and stuff. But literally, it's as simple as just, what do you want to put it on, channel 3 or channel 74?
And don't you think that's important as a musician? Instead of getting caught up with all the tech hangups, that you could just go use it and it's there, it's working, and you can just do your thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's very powerful to be able to just not be tripping over your dick trying to get the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Whether it's cabling or routing or whatever, just to sit down. Oh, here it is. It works. I'm in that mood. Plug and play. I'm in that mood. Oh yeah, listen to this. Hit record. Oh man, yeah. Whether it's an idea or whatever, but I always need getting hung up over the technical crap when I'm inspired, and
so as an audio technologist, or a sound engineer as we like to call ourselves, keep it simple, stupid. Always try and keep it simple. So I have but like, I cannot do any more than 8 audio buses on my Akai Force. So how do I do more than, I've got actually 3 buses of drum tracks normally on my things. How do I do that? You've got a thing called resampling, and resampling is so powerful, because you go, okay, so for track A part 1, I just want just this drums. Track A part 2, I want this drums and this drums. And track A part 3, I want this drums and this drums. Once you've recorded that, delete the fucker. Out in the bin it goes. You've now got 1, 2, 3, and all you've got to do is audio tracks. So you're not playing with synths anymore, you're playing with audio. It's a different world of working. I completely understand that. But from my perspective as a sound engineer, it matters not. It comes into the mixer, it fucking goes off to the crowd. They don't give a shit. As long as you've got that sound perfectly nailed, as it gets resampled, you're fine.
Yeah, I
A
get
little bit of like finickiness coming into the resampler beforehand, but you just treat your drums and you bust it down. You treat your synths and you bust it down. You treat your bass and you bust it down. You treat your Vox and you bust it down. And that's how a Panda track happens. I bust down quite a lot, and so you'll see on the Echo Force anywhere between 5 and 8 tracks on my Echo Force, and you go, how the fuck is he triggering so much stuff over one button press? And you're kind of going, oh, well, actually, he's bust down and he's mixed down quite a lot of stuff. And I'll mix it and I'll listen to.
That's what I've been doing too. Like I'm right now, and I'm on. I did 48 on my last track.
Yeah. Do you know what? Actually, the most I typically use if I'm using Ableton is 16. I will not use more.
Yeah, 16 is pretty powerful, man. But 16 is also, like we were saying, at some point it's counterintuitive, right? When you want to have workflow, especially like live workflow, like when you're doing something.
So if you are a visible mixer over an audible mixer, 16 tracks is so good for you. So if you want to see tracks in front of you and you want to see what's coming at you, because I can't say to everyone just shut their fucking eyes off and turn your ears on.
Yeah.
It's so difficult to do that. You have to have a trained ear, and I've trained my ears for sound engineering. I've not trained my ears for piano playing, or I've not trained my ears for synth playing. I've trained my ears for some fucker over there is playing a guitar over there. I've got also a monitor mix in front of him. He's also got a vocal mic. Got to make that work. So I've trained my ears to work with that, but there's a bit of cross paths with that.
Sure.
Yeah. So it's how you want to hear it, and to be fair, actually, if it sounds shit, it's shit. Be honest with yourself with that one. So as I come back to resampling, before you resample it, if it sounds shit in, shit out. You cannot process the motherfucker out of that bastard. It's shit in, shit out. That's it.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of top tips from live
huge tips, Panda, and you're right. Everybody's ear is not the same either. Like my ear carries me a lot of the time, but I'm also a little tone deaf on a couple of frequencies from the glass blowing and the torches.
Oh yeah. So you've probably lost like 8K, I reckon, from glass blowing?
I've lost I've lost a certain frequency somewhere along translation.
Yeah,
I can still hear good, but I've lost a pitch somewhere.
12K for me. 12K because scaffolding clanging. I've heard it too much.
Clang,
such a high level.
Clang, dang, dang.
Yeah. Lost it. Absolutely lost 12K. And that's where my tinnitus sits as well. So I know I've lost it. So yeah.
But I'm like you. I know I lost some somewhere, but
if that's out of age, you have lost it top down. If you've lost it out of work, you've lost this here, this here, this here, this here. Yeah. So what is work loss and what is age loss, because what are you 55, 60, Jerry?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm turning 63 in May, man.
So actually, to be fair, I'd expect you to still have, if you had never worked a day in your life, I'd still expect you to have 12 kilohertz worth of your hearing. So you've lost from 22 kilohertz down to 12, which isn't as bad as it sounds, because from 22 to 14 kilohertz is an octave, and then below that is 8 kilohertz, which is an octave. So you've only lost an octave of hearing, and no fucker plays at that level. That's like C8 to C7.
Right.
So that's the audiologist in me. Not quite audiologist, sound engineer, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I still hear everything I want to hear.
The only instrument you'll never hear perfectly is a violin. That's it. Yeah. It's just a violin. Flutes typically tail off at 10k, which is another high one. Maybe some vocals, but vocal brilliance, you can guess at the end of the day, because you can mouth the words whilst they're playing it in a studio.
Right.
You can kind of imagine where that sound is going, so your brain can kind of build that sound back up for you.
Yes.
So vocals isn't quite one of those things you got to worry about as a sound engineer when you're losing your hearing as through age, because you know what it sounds like and you know what it's going to sound like because you've been there, you've lived through it and things like that. It's when you've lost that hearing, that's when things kind of go, oh, actually, other people are saying 12k is quite hot. Fuck, actually, I need to go have my hearing tested because that's not good. Because what you're doing is you're boosting 3 dB up all the time at 12k. So typically what I do is I turn off the EQ off my mastering, actually. I just kind of go, yeah, that sounds all right.
Oh.
Compression and limiting. That's about it. And no colouring limiting either. I'll use as digital as possible so it's dirty and nasty and clean as possible.
Interesting. That's it's interesting to hear that.
Quite a lot of time, what you're listening for is what you can't hear, not what you do hear.
Yeah.
That's why I got to get some better headphones, Panda, and monitors. Got to have a little monitor time. And
I like to switch. To be fair, actually, the best monitors I've got is my MacBook Pro speakers.
Those are nice, though.
No, they're tinny as fuck. They're broken and they're fucked.
Are they tinny? I heard they're pretty good.
Mine are because I play everything at 100% volume all the time.
Oh, so you just blew them out already?
Oh yeah, but however, it's going to sound good if you can go through and you can mix down on MacBook Pro speakers that are blown out, and then go to Yamaha HS5s. The baby monitors of the world.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people tell me.
And you don't notice a frequency change. You don't notice any peaks or troughs changing. You've done well there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think my one, because I've got it running, so actually length of the room is actually left to right, but I've got it running on the short of the room. Typically, when you've set up your speakers, you'd run it on the length of the room, but I just don't have the space for it, and I don't have any potential for putting shit on my left-hand side. So I've got -2 dB on the high cut on my left speaker, 0 dB on cut on my right speaker, because actually it's quite a lot of shit behind the right speaker. And you just set your speakers up first. Make sure they're 60 degrees from your ears. There's another one. Because you want the magic triangle where you normally stand. That is where you want to be. And you end up with a good spot to listen to your mix. Now, I can't get 60 degrees out of where I'm stood because I'm so close, because I've got an IKEA unit in front of me. But I take one step back, I'm at 60 degrees, I listen to my mix and go, yeah, it's all right. And car speakers as well. Car speakers are good. Good for checking your mix.
Yeah, they're the best. They're the last gate. They're the gatekeeper. I like their, and especially if you got a good car stereo, that's the gatekeeper of good music.
I always listen to YouTube stuff in my car.
What's a good point?
It sounds great. Most of the stuff sounds great. So whether it be Systems of Reality or your channel or what I woke up and listen to while I'm driving, it always sounds great. So I don't know if there's anything special you really need to do for the car radio, because the mix, to me, sounds great.
Different genres still hit different. Like, for instance, like Panda's got a good point. Look at Metallica and Justice for All.
Yeah.
When you play that, dude, it's so saturated in bass.
Yes.
It's almost whooping. It's almost whooping when you really get it cranked up. It's like.
So Actually, blown out MacBook speakers actually tell me my bass is too loud.
Yeah, because they're yeah.
So if as soon as I like turn it down a little bit, because I'm bass heavy on my tracks, I turn it down a little bit. I turn it down 3 to 6 dB, and then go take the mix out to the car, which is sat outside our house. And fuck me, Nissan know how to make a fucking pair of speakers. My chav car is fucking great for just sitting there and just listening to tracks. I'll sit there and go. 9 times out of 10, I'll go. Where my hearing loss is a bit too loud. Honestly, and then therefore I can just tone that down with a very, very sharp EQ cut and go deep, 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 and then that's it. On an EQ8,
Mafia, welcome.
Welcome, Synth Renegade Mafia.
Come on, Samurai, hop in here. Everybody's been crying.
Jump in. Go on.
Samurai. No excuse.
He's in his jammies in bed.
No, we ain't in bed. It's Friday night.
Oh, for sake. Come on, John.
Come on, Samurai. This is like...
Yeah. See if we can summon Samurai.
Hey, Behringer. So nice, Samurai.
Behringer.
I'm watching for you. You better get in here.
You will buy all the Behringers.
Yes,
Oh, excuse me.
you watch your hair, Samurai. Don't be shy, Samurai.
Beauty sleep. Oh, fuck you.
I told you.
Oh, boy. Oh.
I don't get any fucking sleep. I'm so beautiful. Fuck you.
Come on, renegade. Samurai. What's 15 minutes? What is 15 minutes?
He's laying next to Katana, man. He can't be talking next to her, bro. He's probably got his.
Don't mind. Just like jump in the chat for 15.
She probably fell asleep. His mustache needs some rest.
Yeah, that's what he just said. Oh, Samurai.
Kumite.
After, come on, man. 15 minutes for your fans. We even got the pregame fired up for you.
Oh, we're beyond fans now. We're brothers.
Yeah, we're brothers.
You gotta get that mustache rest.
It's Friday night. No one cares.
If you don't get that mustache rest, everybody will care. You gotta get that mustache rest.
Gotta get mustache rest.
Mustache rest. There you go. I keep getting ideas for new songs. Mustache rest. Mustache rest. Keep it going. Mustache rest. Now you need a groove going. You need one of them grooves going. So
Yeah. You want me to cook something up?
You just need a groove going. We go. Mustache rest. Synth renegade. Mustache rest.
Synth renegade.
Mustache rest.
I'll let you know, when I was president, we used to have a mustache renegade crew. Mainly Michelle. She would give me mustache rides.
Mustache renegade.
Mustache rest.
NLFD time. What's that? Newfoundland? No. NLFD time. Well, I'm in the UK, for fuck's sake. It's 4:45 in the morning. You cannot say anything about time zones. Fuck off.
He's Newfoundland time. He's Newfoundland time. He's like, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm laying in bed next to Katana, but I still got jokes.
Where's that fired up stamina and energy we see from the samurai?
He burns it all up, man. He made a steam pipe video tonight, man. He's all
Steam pipe.
he's all
Steam
burned
pipe ran out of steam. It says your steam pipe just ran out of steam, but get back on your YouTube.
I'm not a night owl. I am a night owl. Shut up.
Yeah, you are. I will give him that. He's an early bird.
To be fair, it's about an hour's away from lights up here. I'm probably about morning owl, more than night owl.
But everyone else is a wuss. They ain't coming in. Guys, you got the link.
Like
The only way you're gonna make this stuff grow is if you join in.
Listen,
We're being shy, man. We're all just join in. Just do it.
Don't worry about the panda or the Apollo. Jerry's the one you want to come in for.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Down.
Well, I got some things planned. Hopefully, as I slowly work all the bugs out and things will move along, and I'll be able to show some stuff and start composing for popcorn night. And as I move into the studio again for YouTube and for me, getting ready for Kumatai, the next round, not this round. I don't work well having to create something. And I think I talked about this earlier. And that's what I liked about popcorn. It's like, well, I just make a song and I put a video to it and I just email it. And it's with Kumatai, you have to join Bandcamp and do all this other stuff. And plus be on a commitment. And I just wasn't ready for a commitment.
Dude, Ketchup Kumite was a huge success, so I'm pretty sure he's gonna do Ketchup Kumite 2.0. So
he will.
So you'll be able to catch up, and you should come in, Panna, too. You should come in because I think I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong, Hans and Sin Samurai? Is Ketchup Kumite open to everybody? It's not.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah,
I think it is. I've watched it for a couple of streams and lurked.
Ketchup Kumite 2.0. I'm looking forward to it. I've already been kind of working on some lyrics and stuff.
Yeah, see, if I have time, now that my stuff's coming together, I will gladly.
And get in on that Ketchup Kumite when he runs that. It'll be a couple months after the Kumite ends, or a few months after.
Right, and that way I can have some stuff. I was even trying for popcorn night to stay a week ahead, so I didn't feel the pressure. I would create something.
Pressure. I've got hardware jams. I've got fucking popcorn night. I've got to fucking make something for both of them. And I work a fucking 42-hour week. What's this pressure bullshit you're talking about?
See, that's what I mean. I can't do that. I need to.
He's like, I need to watch The View and Oprah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, not me. Not ever. No way.
I'm not as close to retirement age as you are, Jerry.
What's that?
I'm not as close to retirement age as you are, Jerry.
I know. But all I'm saying is, no, I appreciate you being able to do what you do. I'm just saying I can't do that. This is all a hobby for me, and I love creating what I can. But being under pressure is not what it's about for me at this point in time. It's more like, okay, here's what I created. Here it is. Yes.
That's my world, though. It's like, here's what I created. Here it is. I think I've just got more. What's the word? Not dedication. That's not. Everyone's got dedication. The mantra, I assume. I don't know what the word is.
I think I know what you want to say. I get it.
Discipline. Sorry, discipline.
Yeah,
I've got
yeah, that's a good word.
audible discipline, so I'm always doing something audibly because I'm always making someone loud, for example. So therefore, when I'm in my downtime, I'm always making me do something audibly. So I've got audible discipline. That's what I'm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's a good term. And me, I automatically have discipline through this YouTube community because
Yeah.
you know, I'm driven a little more than I would be if I was just doing it on my own. You know, it's like, oh, I got all this cool stuff that I can hook up and show. Or, yeah, now that I'm doing this, I could really make some cool tracks and send them in and, be a little more confident. I'm telling you, the stuff I was submitting before was at a little work desk with a little controller and just using VSTs. And that was just to get me through while I decided to move everything back in here. When I say move everything back in here, I mean the cameras and, doing my YouTube lives here instead of the living room. I decided that wasn't going to work.
Mhm.
So it's just a slow transition for me. But, the more I migrate in, right now, I just need to make sure I can get my keys working through live. I need to get that working, and I know what I need to do next. And then once I do that, then I can really start composing stuff using all this stuff around me a bit at a time. And I'll be honest, the way I'm set up now is I will probably be using a lot of my Arturia controller with the VSTs to get started, and then I'm going to slowly introduce the Juno X into the DAW, get familiar with the hardware settings, as well as the MC707. Because that thing, excuse my raspiness, but it drums up some nice sounds. And
Those are sick, dude.
707,
It
absolutely.
should be sick. It's a G, man. It should be sick. It should be sick as fuck. Sorry, that's not what I'm saying.
thanks, Cynthia. Yeah, that MC707. Listening to Lamont use that thing and hearing all the sounds coming out of it, and then investigating the outside, I was like, this isn't something I normally would have considered a year ago or so, but now I want it. Just like the MPC,
As an expressive synth, the MC707, I didn't know could be so expressive unless I'd seen it in Lamont's hands. Because in my head, I just thought it was a counterpart rave machine to
yes,
the 909, like the TR8 or
me too. And that's the beauty of what YouTube these channels bring. And when you become part of the community, you hear things and get exposed to things and learn things, and people are willing to share that knowledge. And I think that, to me, that's just amazing. I'd rather hear things like we are in Symptoms of Reality instead of a professional YouTuber doing a demo of the unit. And we all know what I mean by that, but
Yeah, so how I like to look at how Lamont makes music is how the 90s, they used to make theme tunes for songs, or they used to make, expressive moments for film or things like that. It was all through D50s, DX7s, predominantly those two. And you would have, live instruments tracked through ADATs and things like that.
Right.
And so I wasn't born before 93. I didn't know that world until I turned 16, which would have been, oh shit, I'm sorry, I'm going to make you feel old. I was 16 in 29, no, not 19, is it? I was 16. No, sorry, 2017. No, that can't be right. No, it is. Sorry. I can't do maths. Yeah. So 2016, 17, I turned a certain age and I started learning this shit. And I started learning how you'd make music through not just plinking a fucking keyboard, but how you connected shit up. And it was through ADATs, and it was through tape decks, and it was through 4-tracks and all these things. And I did sound engineering, and my sound engineer who was training me wouldn't let me touch a MacBook until I'd mastered cutting tape, taping it back together, making splices that said sound effects 1, sound effects 2, sound effects 3, sound effects 4. And so you'd have to splice that. You'd also have to splice in 4 seconds of pause, and then you'd have to splice in your sound effect. So you'd have sound effects 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, pause. And you'd have to do that on tape deck with an old Revox. Motherfucker, I hated him. And he used to hate me because what I used to do is I'd get 1, 2, 3, and I'd put my headphones in, put the cue in, and I'd wind the track forward on the drive wheel until I started hearing noise. I used to just take my hand off as soon as I heard something. And this is where the DJ career came from. Because I'd listen to it, and then what I'd do is I'd just hit play, and then as soon as I hit play, I'd give it half a second and wind up the fader, and then that's how the sound effect happened.
Wow.
Yeah, that's originally how sound effects happened. And then he put me in front of a Akai S2000 and went, right, so you've mastered this. This is how the next time we did sound effects. And this Akai S2000 was a world above cutting tape and things like that. Because, very physical work. I have to physically make my fucking tape reels, wind them back up and things like that. And now I've got this thing that just stores tape, but it stores that sound effect very limitedly. So I've got to now be creative. I'm going, how the fuck do I play my sound effects? So I used to have a 49 keyboard in front of me, kind of going, all right, this one's C-2. I'm going to turn off pitch on that one, and then I'd play a car horn. So you have bump bump, and then that'd be a car horn, and then C-1 would be a door knock, and everything would be in sequence. So you'd work through your show through 49 keys, and you'd reuse a few. You'd go back to D2, which was a door slam or something like that, and all of this was on this S2000. And I took that S2000. And I tell you what, I fucking smashed that cunt with a hammer. I bought it from the school, and I fucking took a sledgehammer to that bastard because that was the bane of my fucking life. And then finally, this bastard gave me a MacBook and went, right, now you're ready for sound engineering. And I went,
Hey.
I was ready for sound engineering about 2 years ago, you bastard. And we now do everything through QLab, but all those lessons have stuck through music, through doing my work and things like that. And it's all about stopping, pausing, waiting for that cue, and then go. And it's always on a feel. It's not quite on the word. It's always on a feel. So if someone says silence, do you take it on the S? Do you take it on the L? Do you take it on the C? Do you take it on the end of the E? I typically go on the silent, and that's when you put the silence. So silence. So the C of the silence, if an actor was to say that word, would be my cue word, and then I take it on the, and just before I'd pull it in the fader or I hit stop on the tape track, and that's where you want to get rid of it. And so all this sample work has been fucking drilled into me.
That's amazing. I mean, we as musicians understand, no matter what level we all are, but I think most of us understand where you're coming from. And something popped into my mind is, with the people outside your world that aren't into music, like your friends, or they're into music, but they just don't understand what it is you do, and how do they feel about it when you try to describe it to them? Because I'm sure you run into that. It's like you just go, "Well, I'm a sound engineer."
Do you know what? I've got the perfect example for that. Absolute perfect. I've got a friend called Jack, and you'll see him pop up on my streams a couple of times. Blue head guy, glasses. He's actually got a palsy of some sort. I can't remember what palsy it is though. So his hands are mashed up. So he's severely mentally disabled as well. But I've got him in front of decks, and I've taught him how to do decks. I haven't quite taught him how to beat match yet because his brain can't comprehend that. But I've taught him, right, if you hit sync, this will go into the track, and if you put your work in beforehand, that will help you in the long run. And he goes, how the fuck do you do this in shows? And I go, well, I break it down. I break it down scene by scene, and then I break it down to block by block. So you'll have a block of sound effects. And in my brain, I can see that block of sound effects. One track flows into another, into another, into another. And then you are visually shown that there's nothing playing. My brain's just gone, right, in this scene, there's nothing playing. I've just drawn a line in that scene and gone, Phoop. That's it. That is now a block. And you do that in lighting as well. There is actually a programming term called block in lighting, where you create a block, because if you're programming in tracking mode over queue only mode, you only program what's in the queue. Tracking mode, it will track through all the queues until you hit a block. And then you program the next load of queues until you hit another block. And so lighting has come like for me in theatre anyway, has come like naturally, absolutely natural. And everyone says, "Oh, you're a natural fucking lighting engineer." I go, I don't want to be. I really don't want to be. It's so boring. It's so boring.
That's amazing, everything you're talking about. It's like a lot of us don't understand that. At least I don't, and I'm impressed by it.
Yeah.
And how you manage all that, and to take the time and lay it all out, and to be able to do the job that you're doing with the technology. That's very impressive to me.
Well, I know it's impressive because I've only been in the industry for what? Officially, I've only been in the industry for 12 years. So I've learned sound, lighting, stage, flies, automation, and dressing. So physically dressing people. And in that time, people are going to go, why the fuck are you a natural at that? Because you're good at sound. And then they go, why the fuck are you a natural at that? Because you're good at lighting. A little bit of it's the person.
Yeah.
Live and breathe theatre.
Right.
The best place to actually act to someone is right in their face when you come right up in there and you just literally just kind of go, to be or not to be, to that one audience member.
Yeah.
And you learn a lot of things by just listening to people. And it's the biggest tool I have taught all my subordinates, doesn't matter what their background is, if they are as advanced as I am, or because I seem to be some wonder child or whatever, or you only have one discipline, that's it, that's your thing. The one thing I will only ever teach is, if you need help, put your fucking hand up and ask for it.
Yes, absolutely.
If you are struggling with your song and you need someone, put your hand up, and I promise you a panda will come running.
That's awesome, man. Appreciate that. That is
Kung Fu Panda just pops out of the trees. You know it.
Yeah.
That's awesome for you to say that.
That's like day one. If you've got a problem, ask. And then when they fuck up, don't fucking make a problem about it. It's not a problem. Who died?
That's what I tell new guys coming into the department. the, my part of the department of the big department, my group of the big department, let's put it that way, is the new guys coming in like, you're never going to know everything. You never just ask.
Every day's a school day.
Yeah, don't ever, I'm going to reset this again. Don't ever hesitate to ask because,
See, my boss, who is, worlds above me in like people management and things like that. Like, I aspire to be this person. He focused some lights yesterday, and I went, nah, sorry, not happy with that. That's shit. And he went, why is it shit? I was like, well, it's reasons for 1 1 1 1 1. You got 0.2 on this one, and then you got another 0.1111. And I was like, there's so many reasons why I wouldn't focus it like that. And it's like, he's like, who the fuck's running this department, prick? I was like, look, you have gone past your critical limit of learning. Now, every day when you learn, it's a little bit more of a struggle to keep it in. I am still within that critical learning point, and I can tell you, this is the nicer ways of doing it. And it just makes your life a little bit easier if you take this on. The fucker learned how to make a mic live and sound good, for fuck's sake, on my back of it. And he said, he swore blind day one, I fucking hate sound, that's your problem.
That's great.
Yeah. It's like some people don't like sound as well. Some people don't like being in front of a sound desk and going, well, see all these knobs do. I can't remember it. I can't keep it in. I can't retain the knowledge.
Well, the sound engineers, to me, in the studio or at concerts, they're the unsung heroes, man. Even lighting and all the guys, all the roadies, they're the unsung heroes.
Man. Fucking
They're the
roadies,
unsung
man.
heroes. Without them, it ain't happening.
I'll tell you what, if anyone wants a sound engineer's advice on how to mix, I've only got one lesson, and that's just one. Learn the difference of what 1 decibel sounds like. That's it. Doesn't matter what frequency, I don't care. What instrument, I don't care. Learn the difference of what 1 decibel sounds like, because that is make and break of a very powerful vocal, or it's lost under the mix.
Mm-hmm.
I can kind of understand.
The way I taught myself is by listening to pink noise.
Really?
Yeah, just listen to pink noise. Doesn't matter what's coming in at the end of the day, because every day is different to me. So I'd listen to pink noise, and then I'd just go drop down 1 decibel and go, oh, the room will completely change at 1 decibel because some frequencies will be more prominent.
Interesting.
Do you have one of those things where you pump pink noise out through the system and it comes back and analyzes? I remember back in the day a band having that.
You'd have a reference mic out there, and
it would pump the pink noise or white noise or whatever through the room, and would come back, and on that analyzer unit, it would tell you how to set your EQs to match the room.
So the more modern desks will do that for you. I know the X32 has an RTA on it, which is real-time analyst, which you can put an RTA mic on, and it will do that for you. It will tell you, it will drop the feedback and things like that.
Awesome.
It is real time. It will drop the feedback for you.
Yeah.
I would, to be fair, that feels like, a sync for a DJ. You're not listening. You can't hear it. That's a very mechanical way of getting rid of a problem.
Yeah.
So if you take the time, so another trick I learned was I would sweep through random frequencies and try and guess what frequency it was. So when your mic is feeding back, you'd hear instantly. I'd go like 475, about that, 500. because the digital desks back when I started was, you know, a little less tailored, as so you'd have a jump 25 hertz every time. So it would be about that, but you have to turn up the resonance on the EQ filter a little bit just to capture that frequency. And so so you a little bit of what tool have you got? Is it as fine tuned as you want it to be? If it's not, you've got to be a bit dirty about that, and you've got to be selective about how dirty you are.
Right.
So you're not going to have a problem with feedback. Your vocoder you might do. Your vocoder might be too hot into the preamp of the synth, and then you might end up with some weird room noise. So actually, what you really want to be is you want to be as close to the mic as possible, so you have as least amount of gain coming from the room.
Yeah.
And so you gain it up appropriately from that. And so as soon as it starts distorting, as you are literally just tickling them with your mouth, you would.
That's just really impressive to me, how much you know about the details of every little nuance of things, because, you know, a lot of us as musicians, like, oh, we can sit down and play, or, you know, do whatever. And some of us sing, some of us vocal things, or, you know, and it's like, there really is a lot to the subtle nuances of either being a sound engineer controlling that live or in the studio. You know, it's an art. It's an art. You're like an artist.
The sound engineer is the N+1th band member. All
Yeah,
the time.
absolutely.
The unsung heroes until you win 11 Grammys, and then everybody starts giving you recognition.
Yeah.
Fuck the lighting guy. No one sings fucking lighting.
But yeah, that's true. And you know what?
Have you ever heard the Bryan Cranston story that he told when he was on Seinfeld? Remember how he played the dentist on Seinfeld?
I've not. No, go for it.
So he played Bryan Cranston, you know, Breaking Bad, you know, Walter White.
Yeah.
He played the dentist, and he was cuckoo, and he was doing the scene with Jerry Seinfeld where Jerry had to go get a tooth pulled, and he was giving him nitrous oxide, and they were scripting it, and there's a lighting guy. And he says, everybody goes away, and he says, I'm sitting there reading the script, and everybody's going to take a break. And he's like, suddenly I heard this voice say, you know, it would be funny. And he's like, I look around the room, and then I look up, and there's a ladder, and there's a guy up on the ladder. And he says, it'd be funny if you took a hit off the nitrous before you gave it to Jerry. And then Jerry went in there, and then Brian went in there, and he told Jerry was falling off the chair, and it actually made it. It's actually part of the show where he takes a hit off the nitrous max before he puts it on Jerry. And they're like, that's the funniest bit I ever heard. The guys, the next week, the lighting guy's up there in the scaffolding on the lighting, right? He's like, that's the greatest bit. And he's like, that you ever did. He's like, I didn't do it. He's like, that guy up there showed me. And he points to the lighting guy. Sorry, Patty, you made me do it.
Fair enough, bro. As I say to all the lighting guys who are so big bollocks walking in going, here's me just working on the latest light onto the bar. No one goes home humming the lights.
You know what, though? Every time I went to a concert, I don't know, I'm just a different dude. For number one, being a keyboard player, I usually didn't go to a concert unless it involved a keyboard player. And when I did go to a concert involving a keyboard player or two, my whole night would be watching the keyboard player and ignoring the band, but loving the sound. But I was just one of these weird dudes. I wanted to watch the keyboard player, and that's all I did. But, you know, also being a musician and playing the circuit at the time, you know, lugging the equipment and you know, doing these gigs and small crowds, bigger crowds. And I really did appreciate each concert I went to with what the lighting guys and the road crew and the sound engineers were doing. Because I remember walking to my seats a lot of times. I pause if I could, but if there was nobody walking behind me, or whoever I was with, I could pause and look at the sound guys setup, and I would look at it. It'd be massively impressive, no matter whether it was the 80s, 90s. It was massively impressive when you could walk by and see what these guys were doing. And when you think about the size of the venue, stadiums, and there's just speakers everywhere. And these guys, they got it all under their control in their little spaceship control room. And the musicians just come out and play. And, that's always been, and the lighting and the effects. And that all adds to what, okay, I'm going to say, instead of calling them common people, I'm going to say non-musicians. The people that love music, but they don't know how to play. They don't know the music they play. And they love all that. They love the pyrotechnics, the lighting, the sound. I've always been one of those guys that appreciated what the roadies and everyone did to make those guys on the stage sound the way they do.
Yeah.
It's just something inside my blood from having to lug that equipment on a small scale. I can only imagine, the tractor trailer loads, all those speakers, all that, and being able to manage getting it all wired up correctly and all the lighting and have all that timed so perfectly within a day or however long it takes. That's impressive. I was always impressed with the artistry of all that, as well as the show itself.
I can ruin a lot of it for you just from one very, very simple thing. MIDI time code.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything runs off MIDI time code.
Yeah.
The bigger bands will run off of a linear time code, which will convert it into, specific key points in song, A, B, C, D, doesn't matter what. And it will be lighting happens at the start of 8th bar, and it will happen every time. There's a few things, that go to your more grassroots bands and things like that. It won't happen, but your big concerts like Metallica, yeah.
But that's where I'm giving guys like you kudos, because Neil Sean from Journey, when he steps on stage, he ain't worried about my MIDI time code. He's not worried about. He's out there to be Neil Sean and show you what the hell he can do. It's up to you to make him sound good. And
and he's also talking about syncing the lights too.
Syncing the lights, yeah. Neil Sean ain't worried about, hey, like we used to when I was in the band. I built homemade lights, and then we bought some decent lights. But somebody had to work the controller. When you're a musician, pro level like that, someone else is pushing those buttons. You're not. You're just playing. You're doing your thing. And
now they got controllers like the Go XLR that's just MIDI. You just MIDI them up to your stuff, and lights just go with it now.
Oh yeah, you can look very professional as a small band, easily.
Yeah, sorry, Droid Void said I failed to warm the correct track. Fair enough, bruv. We've all been there.
RDB.
I've been there so many times, where especially with Ableton as well, because if you've got you can either solo record or you can record in place, so you can select which ones you want to record. That's useful when you want to multi-track all your synths. If you just want to solo record, then solo record is great. And I've done that so many times. I've fucked it up. I've recorded a whole mix. I've gone, that was it. That was the best one. And then I realised I'd only had one track recording, and it was 9 times out of 10.
I did
It's
that
just the
last week.
effects.
My Kumite track.
Yeah, Roy, absolutely with you on that one. It is harder to notice. The best thing to do is it's discipline. It is before you want to hit record, you have a little checklist. Is all the tracks you want to record there? Is all the levels at what you want to come in there? Do you want it having nominal gain? Do you want to have it equity gain? Doesn't matter which one. How you want. I mix at nominal gain, so I'll try and mix at 0 dB and then drop it down in the mix when I want it. Or equity gain, where you coming in as it is coming in through the preamp. And yeah, but yeah, no, it does suck. Ableton is fucking annoying at that one thing. I'll give you that.
That's pretty
But
good.
yeah, back to your conversation. So I shit on the lighting guys quite a lot, and I shit on the lighting guys because I am the lighting guy.
Right. Yeah.
I can shit on them guys because actually, to be fair, you're a glorified dimmer switch. Shut the fuck up. But it does look pretty, doesn't it? But also, if you was just to have the house lights on, the music loud, and you didn't have that fanfare of lighting, would it subtract from the performance?
No, I think it don't subtract. I think the lighting's just there to enhance the performance, right?
Yeah, it's an enhancement. I mean, when you're composing a song, you have all
I mean,
these
unless
lights
you
flashing.
give everybody like, a certain milliliters of acid that you just spray on them, like through the spray bottle.
Oh,
And
But
then
like when you're composing, do you see those lights?
you get about an hour and 45 minutes into the show, and you could probably do this. Panda, you and I could do this back and forth, and then if the lights are right,
fucking hell. You know which one's which now.
no shit.
No, but like when you're composing a song, you go, oh, this is ambient. I see lasers flashing. I don't see that when I'm doing something. So absolutely, if your song's good and they want to enhance it with lighting, more power to it. That's just part of the art of it all, enhancing it,
Yeah, no. So I've got a program in front of me now. It's called Sound Switch, and that talks to my DJ software called Serato. And what you can do is you can pull the song from Serato in the crate because it's already analyzed where the beats are and things like that. And it can put the pulse of the music where the drums are, for example. 9 times out of 10, it's where the drums are. When you're in a breakdown, yeah, of course, it's going to pick up the where the transient is. It's always doing is transient mapping at the end of the day, and that's great. To be fair, I can just auto loop 9 times out of 10, fucking everything. 9 times out of 10, I've got like you can do clever shit. Like I've got a button here that I can just do strobe. There you go. That's me strobing, and I can turn it off. And at that point, do you really give a fuck? Because the music's going, time of the music, you've accented it. Do you need a lighting engineer? Do you really? Because at the end of the day, it's to the music. And your synth gear, this can talk to it. All I've got to do has a MIDI interface, and I plug it into my MacBook. And I take a MIDI in from your output. Could be, from your through port out of your master, or it could be the last one of your daisy chain. And I literally just hit play, and it just instantly syncs to the MIDI clock.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Super sweet.
And the next thing is it's all MIDI programmable as well on top of that. So I can have like a little APC 20 I normally take out with me when I'm doing gigs and things like that. If someone wants to do a synth band or something like that. I've got 4 faders where I can do intensity. So I'll do my movers on one, I'll do my flashes on one, I'll do my, stage lights on one, and I'll do my specials on another. And I'll be like, that's all I need really. It doesn't matter. And I can do static looks of I always want to have these spots on these people, and then just go push a button and that's it, done.
See, that's always been impressive to me. What you're describing is being able to do that live on stage, to have all that set up and ready to go, that you can just perform. And like you said, just hit a button. And that is ultimately way cool. I mean, it's impressive. And you're utilizing the full power of MIDI. To me, MIDI's fantastic. I just even setting up this studio with the Mio XL routers, I get it, and it's doing what I want it to do so far in my testing. But you can really get deep and really, really deep with control. To where
So,
it gets,
I've got a 2-computer setup here. So I've got Mac Mini. That's what you're seeing now. Hello, Mac Mini. I've also got MacBook Pro because I want to split processing between 2 computers. One holds all my tracks for my DACs and things like that, and my Ableton if I want to do that. The other one does just does a video and all the beautiful things you see here. And actually, to be fair, Roy Droid asked Pink Floyd. Yeah, absolutely. Ask Pink Floyd about what, because back in the day, you didn't have all this shit. You couldn't do MacBooks doing beautiful things. I'll tell you what you actually had. You had a physical dimmer in front of your hand. Before electronic dimming, you used to have a physical dimmer, and you have a bank of... In the UK, what we'd do is we'd do something dirty. We'd take American 110-volt lamps. We'd wire them, 2 of them in series, so that effectively it was 220 volts. Don't fucking say that to your fucking local electrician though around here. They'd fucking shit a fucking lip there. And you would have a faster response lantern on a channel, and you would duplicate that because you could split channels, probably about 4, 8, depending on how powerful your dimmer was. And you'd have a 24 bank fader bank, but physical fader bank. So you'd actually physically have to move it, and it was gorgeous. And I've actually got an example. Again, I'll try and take a photo of it next time I'm up to a balcony, because I'll take a photo of an original lighting desk from the 70s, which would do just this. It was a 3 preset 24 channel fader bank lighting desk, and you physically had to feed power into it, and it would send power out to all the lights. And you'd have, the reason why it was 3 preset was because you could set up scene A, and 2 people talking to each other. You have 2 lights cross lighting. Scene B, all the front lights on. Scene C, all the back lights on, for example. So yeah, it's some really impressive shit back from the 70s. And you just have a big fader, and you just crossfade between them. Like very, very physical movements. I used to love powering on at the Northcote Theatre in where I used to work. I've moved sister venue now. I'm taking over the sister venue where I found this wonderful 24 banks lighting deck thing. I used to love powering on because back in those days, you used to have things as harmonizers. And these harmonizers are gorgeous. So you have to turn the harmonizers on before you turn the circuits on. And these harmonizers go... And you have to go for the second phase. You have to go for third phase. You do it in a sequence. And you almost had to time yourself as well, because if you didn't time yourself quite right, you got a little bit of a static shock. I used to hate the static shock, but I used to just love getting it right, all 3 at the same time, and go, that's it. Then turn all the dimmers on, and then you turn on the power. Because there was no digital interfacing saying you're not in the right phase, you're not in the right phase, you're not in the right phase. Fucking correct yourself, you prick.
Damn.
Well,
yeah. All just for a couple of park cans flashing. And
or like, not only like these bands that tour in America, but what happens when you go overseas? It's a different power requirement. So all that equipment has to be rated for, What is it, 220 over there? I mean,
Yeah, we'll call it 220 over here.
yeah. So all that equipment they have, somebody has to be responsible to make sure it's going to work overseas.
So when we do transcontinental tours, I've not done one, but I've assisted quite a few times in transcontinental tours. One of the things that we do is we go to hire companies and go, "You've got the same light as us, but yours is 110 volt. Can we hire 20 of yours?" And they go, "Yeah, okay." And because the control systems these days are the exact same, you just plug a cable in. It's almost like a mic cable, but it's got 2 more pins for the more higher grade stuff. The Chinese stuff has got 3 pins, and it's all mic cable. Don't ask. I hate it. And you plug this 5-pin XLR into the light, and then you take a tail out and you go to the next light, and take a tail out and go to the next light. And you can do that 32 times on a run. And you have these wonderful things called buffers, and you can buffer the signal output of that one. Well, technically it's 31. Shut up. And yeah, you can have and depending on how advanced the light is, you can have 512 things happening at the same time off one cable, and then you got to move over to another cable saying 512 things. And lighting desks have got so advanced. Just out the back of the latest one, you can have 32.
That's
32
amazing.
times 512 things happening.
That's just nuts.
But that's just like pan, tilt, color, or color wheel if you want, intensity, gobo, gobo 2, framing, shake, because you can shake a gobo apparently, prisms, all these mad things you can have in a moving light. I think the most thing I've got in the most advanced light I've got, it can do 25 things. We set it to a 25-bit address, and so it takes up 25 addresses, as we call it in the world, and then so therefore you are limited to 40 lanterns of that type on this one universe of things. That's what we call it, universes. And then if I want another 40, I've got to put another universe out, which is another cable that goes control cable. And it's all based on 1980s tech, just like MIDI. It's an old proprietary tech which we developed to try and do control tech, because back in Genesis times, when they originally had moving lights, it was a man with a control cable which had a weird signal thing that just said left, right, on, off, up and down. That was it. It had 4 cores because you have to have ground. That was it. That's all he had. And he did Genesis shows with moving lights. And that was the first show.
Is that what they call the very light system? I seem to remember.
Yeah, very light Genesis, I believe it's called.
Yeah. Because I'm a Genesis fan, hardcore, early days, later days. But I seem to remember reading where they invented the very light system for their shows.
I think it's called the Very Light 1 these days, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah. Genesis was the first band to use moving lights. You had to have a moving light tech. It didn't talk to the desks back then.
Oh, yeah. It was impressive. Have you ever been to one of their shows? It's like, wow. Yeah.
I did. The closest I've ever got to one of the shows, I did a dance show of all things. And they wanted 64 par cans up in the air. And we went, yeah, okay. And they were like, what? Yeah, okay. We've got 64 par cans. It's fine. And so we swapped out, because even par cans have got a fucking caveat to them, because you can have different types of par cans. You can have ones that do medium floods, wide floods, and some that do rectangle floods. They're the most common ones because they're the ones that do traffic lights before traffic lights went to LED, because you want to focus it like a rectangle going towards like an oblong vertically towards the driver, but you don't want to hit it to passers by, for example. That was the main reasoning anyway. And so we used to use those lamps, and we used to put them in park hands, and they would make quite nice band lights because they would do a nice little oblong on the stage, and then you have LX1 would do an oblong, and LX2 would do an oblong, and LX3 would do an oblong, and that's how you'd work it out. So if you have a look at Queen rigs, I think they are that type anyway, especially Live Aid Queen, definitely that type. But the park hands of yesteryear also was 110 volt, and we did that dodgy shit I was aforementioned, and it was like where you join up to 110 series and you go, oh fuck shit, that's dangerous.
Yeah. But it's impressive because it's a science in itself. It's a science and an art, what you know and what you do.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. So all the kids who come out of theatre schools these days who've learnt lighting, they don't know the value. So they'll put in something at 50%, 60%, 70%. Oh, that's good. Why not try 65%? Why not try 62%? Why not try 64%? Like really critical, because actually that is what is making the moment in that show.
Right.
And I try and teach the kids that are coming through my ranks now. So I've got 2 casuals and a junior underneath me. And I'm teaching them lighting how I was taught lighting. And that how I was taught lighting was without moving lights, because in South Devon, we didn't have that shit. That was London shit. London had all the moving lights. We couldn't afford it. And if we could afford it, it was from 10 years ago. And that was 10 years ago. So they're already 20 years old now. And I've still got those fucking lights. They're still fucking working because I was taught how to fix them as well. And so the kids coming out of the school days, they get the principle, but they don't get the nuance. And I say that out of I would say the same out of music technology schools as well. They get the principle, they don't get the nuance. There was a beauty to picking up an Akai S1000 and a what would you have picked up? TB303 or a 909 or a Korg M1, and just making a song out of those 2 boxes. There's a nuance to that, and everyone forgets that.
Nuance is such a perfect word to use for so many things today. When it's coming to music, electronic music, all the technology, with older guys like me, grassroots musicians, and all the newer people that are used to all this technology and really well adapting to it. But nuance is a great thing, because nuance to me is like a song has a nuance to it. I hope you understand what I'm saying, but there's little nuances to every sound, the way it's played. There's little nuances. And, so when you use that word, it kind of made me think, and I'm sorry for maybe I'm getting a little off track, but it's kind of like you can use that to describe so much when you talk about the younger generation learning today, when you say they don't get the nuance. And I think that's how I interpret what you're saying.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm only 10 years older than the next generation who's hit adulthood. And nuance is a thing they miss. There's far and few kids who understand the difference of a decibel. That's why I always teach the difference of a decibel. Learn it. Learn the difference of a decibel. If you learn it, just play with your mixer. You got a synth playing a drone and just move it between that 1 decibel and see which one you like more. Spend 5 minutes with it at -1 dB, then put it back up to accuracy. Just keep bouncing between those 2.
Yeah.
And you'll start to learn the difference of a decibel. Now, drop that down to -20, for example, and then go down to -21. And then just start playing with that. And you'll notice the drop, the difference of sound in your brain is linear, but how you're hearing it and if you're really listening, how you're hearing it is logarithmic, or is exponential technically, but no, it is logarithmic. Sorry, it's logarithmic, so it's going to be, 1 decibel is technically twice as loud, but your brain doesn't perceive it as twice as loud.
Yeah.
So you're like, how is it twice as loud? It's like, well, because you're working over a 3-dimensional area for one thing. Second thing is that your brain can only hear a 1-dimensional spacing. It's coming in the left ear or it's coming in the right ear. Although that you would conceive that as 2-dimensional, that is technically 1-dimensional. It is one volume going up and down in your left ear. So treat it like that. And then you start learning panning and things like that. And it's like, take your time with it. Just learn the basics. You're not going to be an overnight superstar.
No, absolutely not.
Mm-mm.
I mean, you got to start from somewhere. And a lot of it is experimentation. Don't be afraid to experiment beyond what you're being taught.
Oh, absolutely.
I kind of feel that way back when I was a kid taking piano lessons. Yeah, I followed the books and I followed the lessons and I did all that stuff. And, they get you into the classicals and that stuff. But I know how to read because I played trumpet in all the bands through school, junior high and high school and college. But I found that it was easier to play by ear because I heard more by ear than just reading notes. Reading notes to me it's a good skill to have, but I know so many people, like I grew up with a guy my age and he could read sheet music, he could read from books perfectly, and he played in church all the time, piano and organ. He played perfectly. Yeah. But rip that music away from him, he was lost. He didn't know how to play.
But you know what? I know so many people who don't know how to make their own music because all they know is how to read the score.
Yes.
Press a button when you're told to, not when you want to.
Yes.
Yeah, I completely get what you mean. It's like,
and also, and I just experienced this last week when I visited my mom. They had a piano player in the lobby there, and he was playing a little Casio with speakers, and he didn't have sheet music, but he was playing like he did, if you know what I mean. And I kept listening to him as I was walking to my mom's room, which is just right outside, so you could hear him when I was sitting there talking to her. I was like, I'm sorry, Mom, this guy's driving me crazy. There's something. He's playing all these tunes, but there's no feeling. And I realized, I said, he's not using the sustain pedal. If that dude was using the sustain pedal, it would at least help, what he was doing.
It's another level to a moat, isn't it?
What's that?
It's another level to a piano.
Oh, yeah, you have to have that. And because I'm sitting there talking to her, I said, I'm sorry, Mom, but this guy's driving me crazy. But I realized it's the same pedal. And he was playing the notes so straight, even if it's a sustain pedal, it wouldn't be right because he wasn't putting the feeling into the piano. The little nuances, again, we're going to say, of going from this chord to this chord and how you use the sustain pedal, excuse my voice, during that transition, the little nuances of playing, and the guy just didn't have it. And it was driving me crazy because, just go with your feelings, use that sustain pedal and just let your ear take over. Screw that sheet music.
No. Cheap music. I'm all for cheap music. With cheap music, we can get it out quick. Get my idea out there as quick as possible.
Yes.
I've got cheats. Everyone's got cheats. We all have. We've got all
yeah.
all down to a favorite scale. That is a cheat. But I see what you mean, because if you was to play a I don't know, a major third above octave, and then your perfect seventh on top of that, so you're just making your standard major triad, but you played your major triad just a little bit softer than you did your root and your perfect fifth on the first inversion, you would create more emotion just by quietening your major third than you would just stab them all together. And all that is a very, 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 very slight lift on your. In my head, it's the ring finger. I normally play my.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, index finger. Sorry, index finger. You just ever so slightly lift it, and to be fair, your index finger is the most dexterous finger out of all of them. Because my little finger's fucked, because it's the one that takes the most brunt out of pain and things like that. My ring finger does what the fuck it likes. My middle and my index, my thumbs, generally speaking, where I'm really playing. I'm just accenting with the other two.
If you ever watch me play on my video, this finger, it always sticks up in the air. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're almost playing like you've got four fingers, aren't you?
Yeah, it's like, I don't know why it sticks up in the air. I mean, I use it, but most of the time it's sticking up in the air. And I'm like, I don't know where that came from. It just happened, I guess, old age or whatever, arthritis, but it just sticks up in the air and I'm still playing chords. Whatever. I'm not going to fight it.
Yeah, no. I get what you mean, because hang on a minute, let's just measure. Yeah, with my hands, I've got a 15 semitone span. So big hands, because I'm a big guy. So generally speaking, then I can get about an octave between my thumb and my middle finger, and then the little finger just gets me to the 15th, and that's it. That ring finger, it does fuck all. might do a seventh and a ninth. Might do.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's my pinky finger. It doesn't really work good.
Yeah, no. I find the triad is your first three fingers in it, but kids don't understand the the nuance of just like pressure over a single finger. So if you're going to take the dominant of your middle finger, for example, well, you've technically created an inversion chord, technically, of whatever your middle finger is pushing hard on. So if it's a C, you're probably going to be pushing hard on a G, aren't you? So it's not going to be an inversion strictly of a G chord, but
right.
It'll be a G12 inversion if my maths is correct. Or
that sounds. I'm not a musical theorist, but I've studied it, but I don't pay attention to it. I just when I sit down at the piano, I just play. All right, I want to do this. And then I just go with it.
I think what I'm trying to get onto is just like the dominant note is the one you press harder, and the other two is the character of the chord you're making.
Yes.
And so kids don't quite understand that. They just stab the fucking keyboard to what they're told, and it's like boom, 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 boom. And it's a bit soulless. So yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah. Whereas I like, sitting down, as soon as I hit a keyboard, I like playing. I don't know. It seems like when my hands land on the keyboard, I'm playing a steely Dan Mo major chord, meaning the right hand chord may be an A major 6 with a. Let me rephrase that. I don't have a keyboard in front of me.
Yeah, it's getting late, guys. I'm gonna have to bail. But
yeah, same here. I didn't realize how late it is, man.
It's 6 a.m. almost.
Yeah, we kept panned up all night long.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry about that. I enjoyed it, but it's getting late for me too.
I fucking enjoyed it. Do not apologize. Fuck off.
No, we enjoyed it too, man. This is great. This is a great evening.
I'll see you guys tomorrow on Sorda. I got to bail, but have a good night, guys.
All right, you too. Panda, you too, man. Thanks for coming in, both you guys. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Sorry to cut it so short. No, I think that's all I'm going to finish on is like kids these days don't know nuance, and I completely understand that. And I'm only 10 years older than the bastards.
Right.
So just rest assured, there is a few of us youngsters who still understand the point of nuance.
And that's wonderful. That's all we can ask for, knowing
Even
that
if
there's
my
someone
mixes
who
are
does.
loud, brash, and in your face.
No, but that's wonderful because, and again, I brought up the word nuance because it's so important, because the little nuances in music are important in so many different ways, whether it's in your sound, whether it's in the little nuance of your EQ on your board, or the nuances of the effects you're using. I mean, nuance is a powerful word when it comes to linking emotion with music. Instead of just playing it, you're really linking your emotions to it, is what I believe. I mean, yeah.
Oh shit! Thought it's on mute. Yeah, nuance is a powerful word. You're absolutely right. It is learning your skill.
Yes.
You're learning the depths of your skill as well. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter what it is. Baking even has nuance. Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's like music's a wonderful. I'm running out of words, and also my voice is getting raspy. But
That's fine.
we're all here because we all love the same art of music, and everything associated with it: lighting, sound, composition, mastering.
That all of them mastering and lighting and sound engineering is just caveats of what we have to go through as producers.
Yes, right.
Absolutely. And you don't have to learn lighting, for example, but you will have to learn at some point marketing if you want to make any money off of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
absolutely.
The best thing is like I tell kids, yeah, you're going to make what music you want to make when you're youngsters, but when you hit 30 and you start, settling down, your music taste is also going to settle down. You're going to stop listening to Radio 1 in the UK, for example, where all the new music comes through. And you're going to start looking back at what you really liked as you grew up, and you're going to start taking that as an inspiration. I mean, I grew up in the 90s, all the way up to 7 years old, and then it turned 2000, and I never left. I mean, maybe you can push it to 2004 if you really want to argue it, where the movement, which I really, really fucking loved, which is the Big Meat movement, died. But it's not gonna subtract to my music. I'm still gonna keep on learning how the fuck they did it.
Right.
My Hardware Jams track this week was ska mixed with breakbeat, and someone said, "Oh, is this a new genre?" I was like, "No, it's really well documented actually with freestylers. Fatboy Slim even did it, and a couple of others like Crystal Method and things like that." I was like, "Oh, nothing's ever new, is it?" It's like, no, accept it. Fuck off.
Yeah. And I really got to jump over to the Hardware Jams to start listening. I think I'm subscribed, but I just never took the time to go over there, and I keep hearing it.
No. It's fine. You've got your circles. It's fine. You know, you will move into that circle if A, you're ready, and B, you want to.
Right.
We would happily have you there, though. Just say.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. I again, I'm going to say it again. I'm moving more and more back into the studio, and at least I'm getting a small setup going so I can participate and at least do some demonstrations of things. And the rest of it, as far as testing, I can show that as well, and how I'm going about it and things like that. And it's like,
Yeah.
no pressure. Just take my time and just, it is what it is. And if it's not
Absolutely.
fine, it,
There's one
Yeah.
individual that he doesn't understand that you can put two boxes next to each other and still make music, and that's half God, half beast. He still can't. He has to have things perfect before he can start mixing. And one thing I gotta say is that in sound, nothing's ever perfect,
right.
and you kind of got to lean into those imperfections to kind of make your tone, make your groove, make your sound.
I was
And
going to
lean-
say,
yeah,
Yeah.
and we're always pushing him to make music and things like that. And I'm always saying, "Oh, if I do this challenge, will you join in?" And he goes, "Yeah." No, something else comes up, and something's always got to come up, and I feel really, really bad for him because he doesn't know how to. The other word of the night is discipline himself. To just kind of just fucking crack on. Don't give a fuck about what people think. All you're doing is making music and see if other people like it.
yeah,
You're not
exactly.
make music for people to like it. And that's the big point about music is I put it out, and if you like it, then fucking kudos to you. I'll
Right,
take it.
right,
If you don't like it, there's the fucking door. I don't give a fuck.
right. And I think one of the last two popcorn submissions, I think it was the last one I did. And I don't know, I must have saved it wrong because towards the end, there was this low end in it. But you know what? And I did work to strip it out, but I must have saved it and restored the wrong one. But I know I took the time to take that out of there. But it showed up in my final mix, and I went, I'm just going to leave it there. And I hear it, but I don't think anyone else ever heard it. It's just this, and you know what? It was just this bass note from the VST that I don't know how it got there, but it's there. It kind of blended in, so I just left it. I said, I'm not going through all that again. But and again, is that a nuance? I guess. And again, like Lamont said tonight, actually, he doesn't quantize, and they were laughing about it. He's like, no shit. And I'm the same way. I don't quantize. I don't know how to. I don't know what to. Because I'm already using a computer to record my music. I want it to be as human and natural as I can. And
Yeah, I can.
quantizing has its place. It does have its place. I'm not going to knock it.
It does, but it's like there was a certain few things in the track, not tonight's track, but last night's track. I was listening through and I was listening through and listening through, and I was like, "What the fuck is wrong?" And it was the second piano chord was half even half a measure, like, a
Just
16th
a little
measure.
off.
Yeah, it's half a 16th measure, so a 32nd off of the snare, and I was like, that works if you turn off the drums. But if you turn back on the drums haven't got enough swing in them to push the track a little bit forwards for that to work. And I texted him, I was like, yeah, no, it's not there. It's not there.
Yeah.
It sounds jarring. It sounds horrid. And like, I like my music syncopated. Don't get me wrong.
Right,
But
right. Me too.
But I have a level of syncopation. I have a vague syncopation. You'll hear, if you really, really, really listen into the snares, you'll listen in to, especially when I do double snares, when I've got one loop over another, you'll hear one that's going down whilst one's going up. And so therefore you're just relying on what's known as the Haas effect. And so you're just creating a bigger sound, essentially. It
Right,
technically would negate itself because it's a peak on top of a trough at the same time. but
Gotcha.
like, it's ever so slightly out of time, and then it just creates a bigger sound. Like Cornish Waves music, this track tonight, I did exactly that. I did, yeah. So when the third fucking drum track comes in, because there's three, I bounced it so that it was in polar opposite, but it was delayed ever so slightly, and you can hear the delay ever so slightly because the kicks come in different times. But all it is doing is it's layering, and it's very, very minute nuances. There we go. Topic of the day: nuances.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That makes total sense. That's a lot of detailed work, to be honest. It is.
yeah. And if your snares are tuned differently, that waveform will come out as this wave will be like this and this when it initially hits, but as it's tuned differently, the tone obviously keep it out of sync, so it will sit in different places. So if you want to tune your snare, then you can tune your snare, and then it will do that and destructively interfere. The best thing I can say is, does it sound good?
Right, right.
Yeah,
Bottom line is, how does it sound?
absolutely. I tell you what, if I played that track in a fucking club, no one gives a flying fucks. They're all pissed out their farts.
That's the other thing. Yeah, they're not going to notice all those nuances. I mean, as long as you're sounding close to what they want to hear, they're happy.
Oh yeah. I had the same comment from fucking Cornish Waves Music as I did the last time I remixed him. Boards of Canada, but exactly how they remix shit, not how they make shit. I was like, good, because that's what I'm fucking aiming for. Because all you fucking make is Boards of Canada tracks, and I didn't like being critical about Cornish, but his drum work is terrible in regards to how it works with all his beautiful, intricate synth work.
Yeah, but you've got an ear to pick that out. A lot of people wouldn't notice that. It's just, it's hard. It's hard. There's a lot of ways to introduce drum tracks, and I mean, if you're a synth player, you may not necessarily understand drum machines and how to blend all that together proper. So
Yeah,
that's a learning curve.
Yeah, and hence why I was like, I don't mean anything ill of it. I always want the better for you, mate. You're only 100 miles away from me. You know where I fucking live. You could be here within an hour with a fucking baseball bat and bash my head out. I ain't exactly going to, go into coming here, but it's like your drum work does need just a little bit of work. It's all in the right place. It's all about the mix and how it sounds.
Right.
And if it sounds hot, it probably is hot. It is as simple as that. If it sounds out of tune, it's probably out of tune.
Yes.
And tuning drums is very different to tuning synths because obviously it's all about the pitch. It does pitch bend up and then it settles down. Pitch bends up and then it settles down. So what do you want to take as your root? Do you want to take it as the peak? Do you want to take it as the full? Or do you want to take it as the sustain? And some kids will do the sustain, some kids will do the full, amateurs will do the peak, and that's where you really want to kind of push people away from it. It's like, come on, listen to your drum. You've got a sustaining drum over 220 milliseconds, so it's going to be majority. It's going to be in the sustain portion, where your pitch information is going to be. It's not going to be in the transient.
Yeah.
It's not going to be in the full as it decays down to the sustain.
But you got to remember, they don't have that knowledge you have. They just don't.
No, but Cornish Waves Music is a very good example because he's about 30 years older than me.
That's right. But the knowledge you have, most people don't. So you gotta understand the new ones coming in and exploring. even look at Synth Samurai. He
Yeah.
says he's not a musician, but man, he performs like he is. Not does he know music theory and stuff? No. But lately he's been whipping out some chords that make sense, and his stuff's good. You know.
God, yeah. Like I will confess, I don't know music theory. I know music numbers. So I know 2 semitones above a root is going to be sus2, for example.
Yeah,
I know
see,
numbers. Couldn't tell you what note that was though in a chord.
yeah, see, a lot of people like you, I would never think of it like that. And a lot of people are just different in how they interpret it and how they understand it.
So the numerical way of counting your chords is a bit more. Today, kids will do that. They'll go 3 plus 3 plus 7. Oh, it's a minor chord.
Wow, I can't do that.
Yeah. So you know that C plus 3 is D sharp, plus 7 is G, minor chord.
No, see, I can figure that out with a keyboard in front of me, but
Yeah, but it's just another way of learning, isn't it? And the
Yeah,
kids
it
will
is.
learn that because the technology will say if you pitch up this sample 3 semitones, it'll be a minor above what you are playing the root of. And then if you pitch it up a further 4 more semitones, make it plus 7, it'll be now a perfect fifth above. And then they listen to it and then they kind of like get in the groove. As a kid who grew up with synths and with doors, I can see both worlds.
Yeah.
So it's a magic. I'm very lucky of being born in the early 90s because not many of us can see that.
Right. No, I agree with you. Hey, look who joined. Mr. Kent Spong.
Fuck me. I was going to say, we've been chatting for so long, Kent Spong has gone to sleep and woken back up again.
And he's like, morning, darlings.
I'm still awake, darling.
Yeah, he stayed up all night, Kent.
I haven't slept yet.
I don't know, man.
And Davey. Davey's UK as well. Fucking hell.
I'm worried about myself. It's 1 a.m. I'm like, I gotta get to sleep. But like, God damn. When I see Kent pop in, I'm going, you gotta be kidding me.
I have my 4-hour software.
Wow.
It's not really work when you're playing with synths all day, is it?
No, it's fun. You're like in La La Land. You're in your playland. I mean, a lot of people don't understand that.
Granted, I know how to take a circuit board apart and I know how to resolder in parts and things like that.
Yeah, same here. I can do that. But you know, it's funny.
This man has to go through schematics and work out traces to where the fuck this turns up in. And I understand what the fuck he does, but fuck that for a fucking game of soldiers. Fuck, it's so hard. Like we was chatting on the pub. Holy fuck. Morning.
Look who else is popping in. Mr. Rich Cabasa.
I can see your eyes. I can see your eyes.
Well, we're all pouring in tonight.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely, brother. How are you?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that, Kent, if I had to fix the fuckers. Although I do fix my own fuckers, so I understand what you mean. We was trying to find a chip on the synth up for Kent. We found out the modern variant had 4 more pins, and I was just staring at it, going through schematics between one PDF and the other, going, all right, pin 5 isn't a thing in the old one, but it is in the new one. Fuck, what's the next one? I kept on forgetting which pins I was what. So I completely love Kent for what he does.
Well, yeah, I appreciate what he does because,
Can you
like
hear
I
me?
said, yeah.
Yep, I'm clear.
How you doing, brother?
Can you hear us? 1, 2, 1, 2.
You get vertical with the camera, dude. There you go. Stabilize. There you go. Welcome, man.
Can you hear? We can hear you. You can't hear us.
I don't think you can hear us, can you?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. I'm thinking how I can get up my volume. Okay. How can this take these off?
Can you hear us now?
Okay. I'm gonna take this off. Okay.
Does that work better? Can you hear us?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
How's it going? Good, bad, good, bad. Do I need to talk into my mic a bit more?
Can you talk about the mic?
No, I got the sound okay. You know. Okay. Whatever. I got a little bit of Polish Prince coming through.
So you might need to turn on echo cancellation in settings.
Yeah. Huh. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hey.
Hey, hey, 1, 2. Hey, hey, 1, 2. Can you hear me loud and clear,
Yeah.
please?
Hey.
Yeah, hey. Can you hear us?
Hey.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Let's do it.
I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Okay.
See you later, oscillator.
Hold on.
No, your time's up. Get out of here.
Hold on.
What, my time?
No,
To be
I'm
fair,
kidding.
I'm
I'm
gonna
kidding.
bounce, to be fair.
I'm giving Rich some shit. Come on, oscillator.
Hey.
See you later.
Hey,
Who prints those shirts? Oh, fuck.
time to come down here and kick your ass.
Is he local to you, Jerry?
No,
Well,
he's in Arizona. I'm in North Carolina.
All right, that's about 2 UKs.
at least I got at least I got okay. Yeah, I do. I got this all set up for
For us? Would you
okay.
set
I'm gonna
this up for?
finish off here.
Okay. I think, Jerry, I'm going to bounce. It is 6 a.m.
Yeah, I know. We were going to end this anyway. It was like, yeah, it's getting late, guys. It's been fun. It's been a great evening. Really was. A lot of fun, a lot of interesting stuff. You know, enjoyed talking with you, man. You got a wealth of knowledge. It's great to hear it. That's one of the beauties of all this is you pick all this stuff up and you appreciate everyone that's a member of the community and when you go live and be able to interact live, that's a lot. That means a lot to me. I'm sure it does you too. I think anybody,
Yeah.
you know, once you take that dive, it becomes a little more personal and a lot more fun in my books. What the fuck's he doing? You're out of control, Rich.
That's how to derail a goodbye, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, get
Anyway.
the
Sorry, Post Prince. I'm going to run away. I am going to go to bed.
All right, man. Thanks, man. Have a good night. It's fun, man.
Yeah. Night. Catch you later.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Okay, Rich. I'm getting ready to shut down too, man. It's getting late for me.
Night. Bye.
See you, man. Okay, Rich.
Okay.
No, okay. I mean, if you got something to say, I'll stay here. I'm just saying we were getting ready to shut down and you popped in. Well, you're always welcome. You're always welcome. I'll stay up. It's Saturday. I want to sleep in too. Look, Panda. It's 6 a.m. for Panda. He's just going to bed. And I'm going to be going to bed shortly too.
Okay.
Because I
can't hear you. I hear you, but
you can't hear.
Okay. Okay. Let's see.
I guess you can't hear.
Okay.
Okay. Man, everybody, all the late night dudes bowed out already, man. Because you're 4 hours behind me, so it's easy for you. Can you hear me now? Let's see.
Okay. Goodbye.
No, that wasn't goodbye. I'm asking. All right, let me do sign language. Can you hear me now? I don't know if that's sign language or not. Here I am, sign languaging myself. Okay. Everybody. I'm sorry, everybody's bouncing. All right. Hey, thanks to I see some people still watching. Thanks for all that were here tonight. It was a fun stream. I didn't anticipate in taking this long. I gotta get to bed myself too. I'd love to stay up all night too, and but it's too much of a payment the next day. So, all right, guys. Hey, instead of typing to audience, I'm just gonna shut it down. Appreciate y'all being here. Off Studio 8, Davey, Studio 8. I didn't even see you come in. I apologize. And Roy Droid, everyone that was in. I'm sorry if I missed you. But thanks. It was a fun night. We'll end up doing more. And by the way, don't forget, this Sunday at 6:30 on my channel, we'll be doing the Sith Samurai Kumatai 25 Last Man Standing pre-game tailgate party on my channel 1 hour before Sith Samurai launches it on his. So come join my channel. Sith Samurai Kumatai 25 Last Man Standing. I believe it's episode 5. and we'll be tailgating here 6:30 p.m. Eastern time, Sunday night, and then we'll end that stream and we'll jump over to the Samurai's page and watch the Kuma time. And we'll hear a lot of great music. There's a lot of great submissions, man. It's a great place to be. So I can't say enough about it. So let's see if we can make a tailgate party something a little bit fun. We can start from simple and grow into something really a lot of fun. It'll be on StreamYard, so I'll post a link where you guys can join in live and join the channel. Like a real tailgate party. So, feel free to prepare yourself. You don't have to have much. iPhone, webcam, and some kind of microphone or whatever, and just hop on in and party with us. And everyone's starting to recognize that me and Apollo Hanzo are kind of like becoming a team. And it just kind of happened. Even Citizens of Reality said, Lamont said, we just got a natural kind of chemistry going on. So Apollo Hanzo will be my co-host, but actually my co-host, because it's my channel, but he'll be my sidekick man, and we'll do something else together. We'll announce that later. I kind of led on to that tonight, but I'm sorry, guys, but my voice is getting raspy, and I can't talk anymore. But anyhow, don't forget Sunday night, 6:30 here, and then 7:30 for Sin Samurai, and that'll be a lot of fun. So, hey, thank you all. Love you all. It's always fun. I'm impressed with everyone, and very honored to have you all come in and watch, and even have Apollo with me, and then which is usually what's been happening lately. In fact, he encourages me to do these, and then we get guest stars, Panda popping in, and Kent Spong, while he hasn't popped in live, but to see him in the chat, that's very cool. That's very cool. It's people are checking me out, us out, and things that are going on in the synth community, and it's really becoming pretty amazing, pretty powerful community. With a lot of positivity and not so many trolls anymore, which is nice. So, okay, guys, I'm gonna instead of typing and responding to you all, I appreciate you being here. I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down. But thanks again. Y'all have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow in Citizens of Reality. Okay. Have a good night, everybody. Love you all.